Hi guys, welcome to Bunny's Designs. Welcome back. I'm just going to put my tickling stick there. So, tickled we are, Mr. Doddy. Just going to leave that there for. Don't want to get paint on him, bless him. So leave my tickling stick. I am still live and I am still here, and we'll start again. Just bear with me 2 seconds. I've just got a little job to do. I think. To do and go get some water because, as I say, Bungle stuck his face in my water this morning, which was so kind of him. How nice of him to do that. Just want to know what that measurement is. Just bear with me a second. So 137. Right. Right, so are we back, guys? Are we back? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I just have to go get a fresh glass of water. Ah, we are. I think, hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, hi girls, welcome back. Hi Melody, Pamela, Robin, welcome to Bunny's Designs. Part 2, Doddy's tickling stick. Oh my goodness. So here we go. So I'll pop Doddy there, and if I put that there, you know that I haven't frozen or I haven't gone away. I'm just yes, Alfie's just put his head up. So I just have to go get myself a drink, guys, because our Bungle this morning decided that he'd like to put his face in. He'd like to put his face. I'll leave you with the sunny room. Oopsie, can we do that? Let's see where Alfie's there. Hello, Alfie. Good morning. Did you have a snuggle? Oh, don't get up, darling. You have a snuggle. He says, I don't need a snuggle. And of course, Bungle's on the other side, fast asleep on there, on his hammock. He's not on his hammock, and his beautiful tail is hanging down. Look at that gorgeous, scrumptious tail. And somewhere underneath is Jessie. Little Jessie Doos is somewhere under the table hiding. So, and Bungle decided that he would quite like to stick his face in my water this morning. So it's not drinkable. Don't know where she is. So I should be back in a second, guys. Bear with me. Apologies. Well, welcome back, guys. Welcome to Penny's Designs. Hi, guys. Oh, hi, Julie, Robin, Pamela, anybody else popping in? Hi, Darla. Thanks for stopping by. I put it on there because I didn't want Alfie to bark, and then I forgot to put it on mute. So welcome back. What I thought I would do is, I was talking about the mud and getting mud colours. If you keep mixing colours together, you get beautiful greys and browns, and here again greys, and you keep going, but you get the most amazing greys and black, which is why I never use black. I shouldn't say never, I've used it once, but it's very rare I use grey and black because I much prefer to mix my own. But sometimes I do not, in a colour book, I do not want to mix colours. If I'm doing other artwork, yes, you know, if I'm creating my artwork, then I want to. And I had a palette for many, for many months when I was doing the, is it going to focus? Is it going to focus? When I was doing the big painting at the back, and when I'm doing my watercolours, then I want to mix my own colours. But when I'm colouring in a book, I do not want to colour mix. I want to touch and go. So when we've got these colours, on this one we've got 10 shades at least for each pencil scratch of colour, but here we've got more because these are more pigmented, so you can take these from the darkest red to the palest orange, or if it's the darkest pinky red to the palest pink. The same with the purples, you'll get the palest purples, and that's not mixing, that's just adding water. And when you're talking about professional acrylics and oils, you're adding white. When we're talking about watercolour, we add water to lighten it. But you can get the same effect adding white if it's oils or acrylics. Does that make any sense, guys? So again, I kind of look at colours and think, you know, they're going to be quite strong. Do I want to kind of use that? I think what I actually may do for a change is not use the water brush. I might just use my rigger, or not the riggers, but I found them in this bag I've been carrying them around. The Art Master Pearl series, I kind of like those, so I think I might actually want to use that. Just looking around, see what I want to do. They're all sandstony colours. Again, when I look at something, I think. This is the one that I did with the in the Art in the Abbey. And again, not my normal colours, but I used them straight from the Inktense little set. So again, that's touch and go with a #1 brush. Very easy, very quick, very clean. Then sometimes, like today, I want to be that little bit more creative. I still don't want to mix colour, but I want to play with proper watercolours because sometimes you're in that mood to do that, if that makes any sense. Hopefully it does. I'm just trying to have a bit of a look. Now we've got some dragons. I was looking at these dragons. And I'm a bit of a boring red and thingy girl, but have we got some flames? We have got some flames. So I could try the same technique, but use that. I think actually I am going to stick with the Derwent watercolour brush, purely because I know it doesn't hurt my hands. And I can touch, and I don't have to wash, and actually I don't have any water, so it will be the brush. That's the beauty of this one. And again, the same technique, touching colour, taking it from its strongest to its darkest. And it's easy, it's quick, and it's still quite creative. Sorry about that. I can't believe we've got this beautiful sound. I'm hopefully going to get the camera working when I can get this proper it's a battery, but it's connected to the mains, so it means you can stream live, because if I went to try to do it any other way, it would die on me. It only lets you stream for 20 minutes. So hopefully we're going to try and get that going, and that might be upstairs hopefully next week. Excuse me having a quick slurp, guys. Has anybody got any questions? Yeah, my pills are going to have to go down the wall. I'm taking quite a few preservatives. Yes, I need some preservatives. I'm taking quite a few supplements and things for my headache. And when I'm extremely good, and like now I should stop, have some lunch, have some pills. When I get 6 cherry pills down my neck and a tin of cherries, I don't get my headache. So it's not proven, but I'm still more leaning towards the fact that I have gout in the head. Yeah, so again, I'm going to be going through that on the other channel about arthritis and different ones and what you can do. Now, not everything works for everybody, but you know, we'll have a play with that. I did want to have a start with here, but I'll do a video to start with. I think I'll do it rather than a live show, because again, there's lots of distractions, and Alfie is asleep now, bless him, but look, you don't know what he's dreaming about, do we? He's fast asleep, but any minute that could change. So it's not ideal. So when I'm upstairs, Alfie will be downstairs because he doesn't know any different. But there won't be any cats to distract him, so hopefully he'll just sleep. Because the girls have decided they would like this room to be a family room. It's too nice to be my studio. So we'll have to watch this space. Excuse me slurping, guys. I was just wondering if I had a bit of a... what I could do is, what I might do, guys, if that's okay, is I'll start colouring, and I'm going to have a munch because I just have to have these pills. And I am actually quite... I'm not. I thought I was quite organised with my palettes, but they don't look very clean. Again, it'd be so nice to be able to put my hand on absolutely everything. Without everything being so... Here's one thing that I have got, which, again, I've gone back to... sorry about the rack. Oh, everything I pick up is dirty. That's so bad. Because I'm such a tight Yorkshire lass, I can't wash anything away. So all my plates and all my palettes have all got paint on them. Just a bad girl. Just a real bad puppy, aren't I? I should have so many more palettes. But, right. So what I'll do is I'm going to start to use the colours. I'll go through the colours again. We've got white, a lemon yellow, cadmium yellow hue, and a darker one, and I think that's more like a gamboge, cadmium orange, and then there's 3 cadmium reds. There's what I would call almost a vermilion, a red orange, so that's a cadmium red light, cadmium red, and cadmium red deep is just that slightly pinkier. Alizarin crimson, purple lake, or I would prefer dioxidine purple, but purple lake's there. Then we have French ultramarine, the purple blue, and then this is a intensive blue. Sometimes it's a royal blue, sometimes they put a darker blue in there. Then we've got cobalt blue, cerulean blue, sap green. That's vermilion green. Now I would prefer hooker's green, but I'll get one when I can get one. This came in the set. Cadmium, yellow ochre, very important colour, raw and burnt sienna. Then there's a red. This one's called, beg your pardon, this one, I did put it in the right place. This one is light red. I would call this one is very similar to brick red, or There's another red for it. It's good for brick reds. It's good for bricks. It's good for foxes' tails. It's that kind of ready, really ready brown. Then we have another warm brown, so that's raw sienna, that's burnt sienna. And then we have the two umbers, raw and burnt. They're dark cold browns, Payne's grey and black. And I do like that colour. I do like that combination of, that's probably the most colours you would ever need if you didn't want to colour mix, if that makes any sense, because we can make the purple pinkier, we can make it bluer, we can make the browns all different shades and tones. We can play with the greens, with the blues and the yellows. We can play with the greens with the olives by making all the different greens and then adding oranges to them and reds. So we can get thousands of combinations just from this wonderful set. So I might just have a bit of a dibble on the edge there. I don't know what I'm going to do with the light, guys. Bear with me a second. Let's see if we can do this. I don't think it's brilliant, but it's worked a little bit. So I think you can actually pop this one off. Yes, you can. So I'm going to pop that one off because it's distracting me. It's getting on my nerves. So I've got my colours here. I've got my Derwent brush and I've got a bit of a spare place for a palette. But I don't know if I need it. We'll see. I want to work in oh no, I trained as a graphic designer in the early 80s, and I had a wonderful teacher called Christine Darley who taught us about colour. So we went all over and did colour. She was fantastic. So colouring is actually absolutely nothing for my art. It's but I used it for therapy. So I did my degree about 5 years ago, my art degree. So I've always had the colour because I was taught when I was 17. So no, that colouring has absolutely no art skills whatsoever. It's made me worse. But I use it for of my headache. I use it when because the headache I hadn't really art. So that's why the other channels are coming, because I want to get back into art rather than colouring in, because that's why I can't buy any more colour books. I don't have any interest in it anymore. I do it because it helps other people, and I'm doing art for therapy, and so is my daughter. But it's not my thing, if that's the right word. Does everybody understand that? Yes, it's a shame to shut the light out, isn't it, Darla? It's such a shame to shut the light out. I think it's about this. That was the piece that I got into uni with. You can't see it very well. And you know you can't see it. Oh, that's my thing. It's a huge 4 foot by 4 foot painting. But I want to do my colour book, but I've decided that I'm going to do them in colours. I can't see that very well either. So I do photorealism painting, so colouring is, it's not degrading, but it's different, if that makes any sense. I use it for a different thing. Like, you know, I couldn't get my paints out when my husband was having a stroke, but I sat with him and I coloured in, and I used it for therapy, and it kept me really calm. And that's when I did the roses. So that kept me very on a stroke ward with my daughter being upset. She was, and I couldn't do anything but just sit and hold his hand for hours. We didn't know what was happening. We didn't know it was a stroke at the time. Couldn't make any noise. So I just sat there with the water brush and just coloured. So that was such good therapy. I think my daughter did some sketching, but I just couldn't do that. I was holding my husband's hand with one hand, and I didn't feel that I wanted to concentrate on anything. No art whatsoever. Couldn't think about light and dark shade. I just touched and just wanted to just fill that rose with different tones. And that was the very, very good therapy. Whereas, but I'm sure that when you start colouring, you learn to colour, if that makes any sense. In the Art in the Abbey, we have a lady that's returned to drawing for not doing it for a long time. And she does the most beautiful, delicate pencil drawings you've ever seen. And then I have another lady that was doing some colouring, and another gentleman this week came and he was colouring. And she was saying that she couldn't possibly stay within the lines and colour the beautiful colours, because when you're colouring, you're not thinking about the end product. And I always go on about art is not therapeutic. When you are drawing and creating a piece, most artists commit suicide. It's that bad. It's not therapeutic. Colouring in is, doodling is, drawing for pleasure is. But if you have a deadline and if you've got to create something that you've got to get out, it is not therapeutic, believe me. That's why most of the artists went crackers, because it's so stressful, and it's not therapeutic at all. It really isn't. But colouring in is different. The hard work's been done, as in we are not creating an image. Creating an image from your imagination it's like saying, okay, then I'm going to write a bestseller. Some people can just do it, but the majority of us have to work blooming hard. So again, there is a difference between art and colouring, but there is a crossover. Now, as I say, the lady that was drawing can sit and draw a beautiful shell in front of her, but colour-wise, she's not where she wants to be. Whereas the person that was colouring in was just picking colours and just being so colourful and creative. And she was mesmerised by the colourists. So I'm not saying that it's rubbish to colour. I'm not saying it's not art. I'm just saying it's different. But there is a difference between colouring. This is for therapy and this is for pleasure. But most artists, you ask them, they're all stressed. Does that make sense, guys? Does that make sense? So I sometimes used to get very upset that I was colouring other people's work in, because as an artist, it's not artistic. But for therapy, it is artistic. And for people that can't draw and don't want to draw because it's too stressful, if you said, right, come on then, draw that, you'd think, oh my word. And you wouldn't even attempt it. You wouldn't colour because you wouldn't be able to draw it. But yes, if it's in front of you, you can suddenly think of the most amazing colour. And that's what Kerby Rosanes and all the other guys that do these books, they're amazed by the colours. Because as an artist drawing, he sees a black and white drawing and he may have an idea of what it wants to do. The lady that did the watercolour book that I've got, that Tracy bought me, hers were actually artwork. But still, she's amazed by other people's colours. Because different people's colours are so different. A friend that started an art course with me a few years ago, she could not draw a straight line. Well, nobody can draw a straight line, but she couldn't draw anything. She couldn't draw, she wouldn't even attempt it. She was that bad. But her colours blew my mind, because she put rich greens and purples together that I would never. That's what I'm saying. Art is therapeutic. If you sit down and do a watercolour on watercolour paper and tip your paper, get your paper wet and drop your water in and then do all this beautiful fine detail, if that's how you do it, that's perfect, because that's what you're doing. You're enjoying what you're doing. What I'm saying is, if the teacher or the tutor, or you'll get a commission, but what I was saying is that I don't find it particularly artistic and creative, because I've got a million images in my brain that I want to get out. But again, I can't mix colours, so I can't be creative until my daughter comes home. So I'm going to teach her how to do oils, and again, that's in the other art show. That's nothing to do with colouring, it's all to do with oils, acrylics and watercolours. Hopefully I'm back. Am I back, guys? Sorry. Am I still there? Does that make sense? I think I'm back now, aren't I? So it's always really, really difficult. But that show is, my daughter will be mixing the colours. We will be starting with 2 yellows, 2 blues. I think there is a green in there. I did buy the purple because purple is a funny colour to mix. We've got 2 blues, 2 reds, 2 greens. I think there's a couple of browns, and there's a black and a white and a green. And I think there's a Viridian green, and I think I bought a sap because I don't like Viridian, but that was in the set, and they're water-based oils. And but at the moment I can't mix oils and I can't mix colours, so she's going to be mixing the colours, and then I'm going to teach her how to do oils from the beginning, because she didn't learn that at art school. She's just finishing her degree this year, doing illustration and animation, and she wants to learn oil painting. So that again is the other channel, just art. Art using acrylics as well, probably, but again, she's going to have to mix the colours, and then we'll both use them, if that makes any sense. And that actually will be in this room, because this room will be the art room. Upstairs will be the colour room for the videos and for editing and things. But again, you draw an image, maybe it's a sketch you've done of something, maybe it's something you've seen, maybe it's a cottage, maybe it's your cottage, maybe it's a plant, maybe it's your pet, and you've sketched it and you think, oh, I quite like that, and then you'll sketch it again, and then you sketch it again, and then you'll get to a point where you think, do you know, that's a really good sketch, I want to colour it, and then you kind of colour it. Yes, I will, Jilly, but as I say, that'll be summertime, because she's very stressed at the minute doing her degree end of year, obviously, show. But as I say, there are painting classes, and there are people that paint for pleasure. Again, that's totally different. That's what I class as a hobby. But it can be for therapy. But again, some guys go, oh, I can't get it right, and they get upset. Colouring, you don't get that. Colouring, you pick up, you colour, and you go. And it's very rare that you think, oh, that's pants, I've made a mess of that. You can do another page, and you think, right, I didn't like those colours, I'll do different colours. Or you might think, well, I always use red and brown, I'm going to use different colours this time. So you can always change the colours you use, and you can use bright and dull, you can use pale, you can use strong. So you can so vary using the same materials and the same book, but use them completely different. But again, that's therapy. But when that gets better and you feel better and you're more confident, and you want to progress and think, well, actually, I kind of want to do something else, but using the techniques and the skills you've learnt. So you will learn so many skills, like going in between lines, keeping in between the lines is a very, very good skill. Because even if you're doing your own drawing, it doesn't matter what you're doing, you still have to stay in with your lines. So it's a very, very good skill to learn. Alfie, be quiet. The same with colour mixing and what colours go together. There are some pages you might not know anything about colour, but you will like some pages because of certain colours and you won't like others. So psychologically or indirectly, you are learning about colours and colour mixing. Even though you're not actually having a lesson, you are colouring what you like and finding what you don't like. And so you're learning about colours, you're learning about what colours feel right together and what colours don't. And things like that. So all the time you're doing these colours, you are having the fantastic therapy, which is what they are designed to do, but you are learning about colours. You are learning about staying within lines, about brush control, pencil control, hand control. And that's really important when it comes to art. I don't know if anybody else thinks that. So you are learning things that are artistic, but you are doing it for a therapeutic reason. Does that make more sense? But I don't get. This is why I can't finish a page. I start a page on a show, and I never go back to it because it just it doesn't hold anything for me, if that makes any sense. Because I enjoy it when I need the therapy, does that make sense? And when I finished my degree, because I had such a bad experience with a tutor, I told my husband that if I ever picked a pencil up again, he had to cut my fingers off. I was so bad. I couldn't pick a pencil up for 6 months. I couldn't do anything. And then I found colour books. So again, I used it for therapy. But I'm better now. I now want to do more art. I want to be more of an artist than a colourist. So again, and you will find that way as well. Some people look at a Kerby Rosanes and go, oh my goodness, I'll never be able to colour one of those. So they'll start with a really simple page. And they may take 1 book, 10 books, but eventually they'll go, do you know something? I want something a bit more challenging now. I'm bored with this. I can do this and now I want to do something else. And again, it's all learning, it's all therapeutic, but you're doing it in a really nice, easy way. Whereas if you've suddenly got to start, like, I must admit, even Kerby Rosanes might think, oh my goodness, I've got another book to get out. Well, I can't do this, I've got to draw 50 dragons. Although he loves drawing, like we all do, it's a bit of a stress to put on somebody. I've got to draw 50 flipping dragons because I've got to get this colour book out. And so, I mean, he may just have 50,000 dragons kicking about because he's a doodler. And my daughter's a doodler. She can't watch TV without doodling. She can't do anything. That pencil is permanently in her. She's eating, she's got the pencil in her hand. So she's got thousands of doodles. So again, it doesn't have to be that. If you are a doodler, it's not stressful to doodle something, if that makes any sense. I might be talking out of turn there, but you get the gist of what I'm saying. It's like when I was suddenly decided to do my colour book, I went to pieces because my hands hurt some days. Some days I can't draw for days. And it's a stress on me I can't do, because then it puts me back into I can't do it kind of thing. So art's very good when it works for you, if that's what I mean. But yes, that's what it's there for. If you feel so much better when you're doing it, when you've finished doing it, and you can't wait to pick it up again, it's working for you. You know you've got your magic little box of this is going to make me happy. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be pencils, it can be pens, it can be watercolours, favourite brush, whatever. When you get that stage where I can't wait to get back to it, the time just disappears. The little man did he did a mandala, which is something that I could not do, and he was so engrossed in it that he forgot all that was going on around him. And afterwards he said, do you know, he said, I actually don't remember what's going on. He said, I was so engrossed in what I was doing. He said it's so helpful for him, and he couldn't put it down. So it really helped. It really helps. And that's what art for therapy is, and that's what art in the Abbey is. If somebody wants to come and draw, and bless the lady, she came all the way to the thing. She said, I can't stop. She says, but I want some homework. So I said, okay. I said, well, you drew a beautiful shell last week. I said, shade it in this week. I said, think about shade and tone. Because I can't teach her how to draw. She can draw better than me. But it's just to kind of inspire her and push her that little bit further. So her homework was to draw something that she loved, because you've got to draw something that you like. It's like if you don't like dragons, you can't colour a dragon page. You find, oh, you can, but you find it's not that perfect thing. So again, I said, just try it. And she said, I don't do shading. I says, well, if you don't want to, just draw something else. Do what you want, in the thought that in the summer we're going to do some watercolour. So we're going to introduce colour into things. But it's easing people into it. If I just said, right, okay, then let's sit in the Abbey and draw that arch, everybody would have run away. So you kind of ease into it. So the first week we drew holly and ivy because it was a couple of weeks before Christmas. Oh, it was the week before Christmas. So we drew some holly and ivy. And that was just something really easy to do. Now, if it had been 5 weeks before Christmas, it would have been a drawing. It would have been a tonal drawing with shade, light and dark. And then it would have been a colour, whether it would have been watercolours. It might have been watercolours. So that we have got the same kind of image, but we've taken it 3 steps further. Are we okay? Do we think we're still okay? So what my idea was, oh, I haven't seen these. Now these are like flames, but they're flowers. But again, I have to remember I'm working with a water brush. I'm not working with a fine 10-0, which is what I like to work with. This is the paintbrush that I like to work with. I might do that a bit later when hubby comes. Actually, I think this one would be quite nice. Again, this is something else I do. I pick the brush up and I just have an imaginary play. There's nothing on the brush. I can touch it if I want. I just have an imaginary play of sizes. How am I going to struggle getting into there? Now, luckily, if I'm using this brush, I'm actually okay because it goes to quite a fine point. But again, it's just something to think about. And actually now I'm inspired to use this brush. So again, sometimes you can get all the things out you've got, have a look at them and have a play. I haven't played with these for about a year, I think. Quite a long time. So again, inspired by Melody, because Melody asked me for some colours. So I have found one of these for you, Melody, with these 24 colours. And because they're full pans, they will last a while. And you can be good and not naughty like me and wash your palette out. And again, that's going to give you a good scope. And you can work fairly dry for colour books. Or you can work wet if you want to use it on a watercolour. Oops. So I'll have to find... But I think that this 24 set is darn good. And I think on one of the colour mixing videos, I actually put the colours, my 6 colours that I have, my favourite 6 colours, which is lemon yellow, cadmium red, Elysian crimson, French ultramarine, and cerulean blue. From those 6, I made 630 colours. No, they're not White Knights. They are the Windsor and Newton Cotman. Because I like Windsor and Newton, and it's who you know and who you trust. And Windsor and Newton have been used for hundreds of years, so they'll do for me. I like the full pat. They are Cotman, so they're student grade, but they are very, very, very good. And they are £30, and you get this lovely box with a lot of room to play. And as I say, this is the one that I would say get, because then you can use it when you want to do some watercolouring, because they're very, very good. And I've not heard of White Knights, and I don't like their colours. Again, I looked at these colours because these are what I call the traditional colours. And of course they would be, because Windsor and Newton used to make them for the Victorians. So of course the Windsor and Newton have kept the colours that work. And, you know, why change the perfect formula? So that's probably why. But again, you will probably recognise the colours. And if you can get these colours in another set, you know it's not that bad, because these are good sets. Sorry guys, we might get some noise in a second. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to colour. I can ask for some water now, but I'm going to have to put it on mute a second because I'm going to have a munchie bar and my daughter's coming in, so she might have to come and see Jessie. So bear with me a second, guys. Oh, sorry about that, guys. It's always murder. So Alfie's gone now, so hopefully Jessie might. Right, so let's have a look. And I've just dropped chocolate on there. That's naughty. There wasn't much chocolate on there anyway. So they look a bit like flames. And so does that. So, and I don't have any water. So let's have a look, see if we can get a pot. Put some water in the pot. There we go. And I now need a baby. A little wipe. I think I've got some wipes in here. So I do have a little bag that I keep all sorts of things in. Now obviously I don't take the wipes out when I go out, so this is a little handy wipe. I don't like these because they smell and I've got asthma, but it's a case of needs must. So kitchen roll doesn't really work because eventually kitchen roll will disintegrate, and I've been using sometimes one of these for a week. So what we do is we wet the brush and we draw it back, twist it so it's barely damp. And this is, gosh, very, very fragrant, those. Don't like them at all. I'm going to get rid of that plate. I did ask somebody to wash it for me, but that kind of went on. Sorry, deaf ears. So, I could pinch and zoom a bit, but I want to get on that flower there. Let's hope that. So I think that's a bit of a yellow flame, so I'm going to. Now the other thing you need to do as well, and of course I haven't got one in here, is spray. You can spray your, for goodness sake, Mrs. My room is such a mess. I'm just going to put a drop on each one. Oh no, no, don't need to do that. That's it. I just put a drop on each. I just dropped a drop of water out of my Derwent watercolour brush on each one, so I don't have to do that. So if I just pinch out a second. Right, let's just, so all I'm doing is just touching a little bit to pick a bit up. A spray would be better because it wouldn't be as strong. Just stroking some colour in. That's a bit too wet really, but I'm out of practice. So then the next colour down would be the orange. Again, as I say, that is just, in fact, I think I probably actually should do it. Oh dear, I'm not doing very well, am I? No, I've got too much now. And it's the wrong one. Birds are all having a chirp. And go back to the orange. And if you see actually where you've put the yellow, and it goes over the red, it makes the orange. Or it makes a reddy colour. As I don't normally work like this, but I'm a bit out of practice. I just thought it'd be... But I kind of do like my Derwent brush. That orange is almost the same. And you can kind of... Again, this is a Kerby Rosanes, but it's not a watercolour brush and a watercolour page. But I kind of like that, it's okay. And then we can think about the inside, so if we just take that. And we still have the red, so we can look for another one. Put the red in the middle. Because when you wash your brush out, you're not using any colour. So that's, again, tight Yorkshire Lass. Another way I like to... Oh, gee whiz, I'm not doing well today. Another way I like to work. Now I've got a bit of a buckle on there because I'm working very like that, and I'm rubbing not like that either, so that's not working for me at all. Oops, sorry guys. Oh, hi Becca, welcome to Bunny's Designs. Anybody else popping in? And that's not, it's okay, but again, you see it's a lot wetter, even though this brush is drier than the other one, the way I'm working. So I'm going to go back to my number 1 Derwent. Let's just have a look and see. So I'm not going to touch the colour where I've put the water droplets. I'm going to touch somewhere else because I've got a damp brush, and I much prefer to work this way. I don't know why, it just seems so. I need to touch a bit of yellow, pick it up. That's still wet, so it's completely different how I was working before. See if I can get a bit stronger colour. And go somewhere else. And then we'll touch the orange. When you touch the red, it's just a bit too, I think a bit too much maybe, perhaps. See. And this is a watercolour, so again, I know this is not the right paper, but it will all come back up because it's a watercolour. No, I'm not enjoying this. Don't know why. I'm just not. Again, it's whether I'm not comfortable. Not quite sure. But I can work up there. need this particular one to go from flame to brown, if we're thinking about logical colours, or realistic colours I should say. So we need that orange, but perhaps the red is going to be that brick red, because then it'll turn to brown, rather than the ready red that we used. And this is full on, full, strong colour. There's no watercolour effect here. This is full on. And again, remember when I was playing with that little brush to start with, am I going to go over the edges? That little play with the tip of the brush determines what size brush you want to use. And again, unlike paint pencils, when the brush starts to get dry, it will drag and it will go over your lines. So again, that's another thing you learn when you're watercolouring, when not to try to do that extra little bit, because it's not going to work. When do you go back and pick up some fresh colour? So I wonder if you can you see that it's not coming out. Hope you can see that, guys. Does that look all right? So I was going to go for this brick red next, which is this one, which is light red. But the light red isn't light red, it's almost a fox red. No. We can drag that round a bit, and you can see it's an orange red, almost a brick red. But it takes that very carefully to a brown, whereas to get from a cadmium red to a brown is a bit too much of a jump, if that makes any sense. And now we're getting where I'm getting a bit better. I'm used to my brush. I've got the swing of picking up enough colour to get the colour down, but not too much that I'm swamping. And I've missed the end of that one, so. And I'm working just wet enough to move that around. So we can look at, and again I should really have a piece of paper to say what brown that one is. This is burnt sienna. Now actually burnt sienna looks like it's probably going to be up here, but we've done burnt sienna. And then that looks almost like fire again, so we can have the flame red and then go back to again, we can just kind of, and again, this is the therapy bit. This is the bit that the only thing you're concentrating really is staying within the lines, because that's the bit that you're concentrating on. When you're concentrating on doing this, you're not thinking about stressful things that are happening in your life, and that's when it becomes therapy. And if you can escape just for that short amount of time, it gives the brain just a bit of a break kind of thing. Now, these tend to go into flames as well, so instead of going into the red, they're going to go into the sienna. And there's no reason why you can't swap to a lighter again, you've got to remember with the number 1 brush not to kind of jiggle too much. The more you jiggle the end, the more you're activating water to come, and we don't want a lot of water. We just want to tease the tip to manipulate that colour just where we want it. So sometimes it works really well and sometimes you make boo-boos, but again, that's why I do say try to use a photocopy of the box, and I can show you what it looks like. And I'm a bit disgusted because it's brand new and the box is bashed, so apologies Melody, I'm not a happy girl, I can tell you, but I did hunt round to try and find it. I'll be back in a second. So this one is the Studio 24 whole pan set, and as I say, I love this set. It's got full pans, it's got the deep dish at the top for washes, and it's got the thinner ones for mixing. So you can get quite a lot of water in this well here, make it quite wet, and you can use that as well. I just absolutely love it, but I'm not happy with the bashed box. Look at the state of the box. Not a happy girl, I can tell you, but never mind. But I wanted something that I loved, that I knew the colours would be perfect. Which brush is it? Is that the number 1 brush, Darla? Darla says I'm not good with the brushes. Oh dear, I've disappeared. Oh my goodness. I disappeared again, guys, sorry. Let me see if I can just do that. That works. Oh, there we go. Are we better with that? Yes, do you know, I'm quite funny about brushes. Darla says the brush that's... sorry, Mel said it's the brush... No, sorry, Darla says it's the brush that's in the set. There wasn't one that came with that. Oh, I don't know. Is there one in there? Don't know. I don't think there is one in that one. I don't think there is a brush. It's just the pans. But I kind of like... I use the Pearl Art Master Graduate De La Rowney. I kind of like those, and the Art Master Pearl Series 11. They're what I would class as just about okay, but I must admit I've been using this for months now, and it's so easy because you're not having to wash your brush out, and you don't use any water. You won't waste any paint, and it's dried, it's quite flat. So I do like it. The only thing I've changed is instead of using the baby wipe, I've been using the sponge here, and I love the sponge. And I don't use the brush that came with this set in the Derwent. I use this one. I use the Derwent #1 because it's the best for ordinary colour book pages. The full pen, and I have to say, even if you were doing watercolours, this is a student grade, but the colours are fabulous. And again, that's why I chose it, because it's not professional, but it's kind of a blink away. You wouldn't really notice. Obviously, the light fastness is different, like it is with everything, but I still absolutely love this set. And again, because it's got all the traditional colours in there. And I'm a bit thingy with pinks and purples and not silly colours, but non-traditional colours, I should say, because you can make those colours, but these are the easy ones. I mean, I've not done any colour mixing. All I'm doing is touching and go. And again, that's evolved from my little colour book. The best one I find for the flow is the Derwent #1. But I am going to buy myself a sponge, and I'll probably put one in there because I love it. It's just perfect. Squeeze it and use it. And I've used makeup sponges, and I don't like the makeup sponges as well. I used those for years, didn't like them. This is a bit of a rougher sponge, like a bath sponge. So I'll be using some of these and cutting them up and redoing them. So I use my #1 in there, and you can, if you empty it, you can take this off and it will fit in. So I will have a spare one of these in my little set. Yes, Mel, it's difficult to get. I think they were £25. Now I see them for £50. For goodness sake, don't pay £50. £29.99 is what I bought them for, and I bought one by mistake. Actually, I wanted the set of 36 and the 44, and I wanted them to make the colour book page for the giveaway. And having nearly sliced my hands off for 3 months, decided that it wasn't going to work. But that's what I bought it for originally, and I must have clicked on this one. But I absolutely love it, and I love the fact it's a full pan, so it will last and last and last when you're using it in your colour books. And you've still got the versatility of colour mixing if you want to, but if you're frightened to, well, that's what I was saying. But yes, I would say I love my professional watercolours, and I've done a couple of pages in my colour books, but again, I'm going to use them in my watercolour for my art. But I would still say buy this set, and then it will be quite happy to use this when you progress to watercolours. Now, once you start selling your work and you get really professional, then buy professional ones. But again, just buy 6, the 2 yellows, the 2 blues, and the 2 reds. I did use printer inks, and I made 630 some colours, and I will redo that video again. I might do that on a live show because it is quite a long one. So that, again, that's another one. I could do a live show of just colour mixing. But I wanted to show the little things that I'd got. Oh, and also I've got a lovely book. Somebody sent me a beautiful cat book, and there was no name on it. That's the other thing I wanted to show last week, and I couldn't find it. Oh, I have to get up again. I put it somewhere. I'll have to do that in a second. But the thing is, I think these are perfectly adequate, in fact, excellent for colour books. You've got the same consistency. The pigment is, as I say, it must be a blink away, because I've got professional ones and I've got these, and the colours are just fantastic. The pans will last you. You've got such a big mixer as well. And it's £30 for a set of 24 colours. From these 24 colours, you can get millions of others. Oh, thank you, Mel. Thank you. Oh, hi, Lynn. Welcome to Bunny's Designs. Again, I went through the colours because when you're looking at Victorian and even the Impressionists, this is and the Windsor and Newton Victorian books I've got with their colours, you will recognise these colours. And yes, I know people are into pinks and purples and all sorts of other strange turquoisey colours. We can make those colours. But I like this set because it's not going to break the bank, and you can use it in so many different ways. But it's still, it's an all-rounder. That's what I'm trying to say. And again, I've proved once you've got the technique right, which I didn't, keep your brush just barely damp, don't jig it around too much to activate too much water. This, with touch and go, you can sit there and you don't even have to spray them. I probably would spray them, but the wet brush will pick it up, and then you've got this lovely watercolour effect. When you start mixing round like this, you get so much colour that it all ends up in the water pot. I did, Melody, darling. I've got a beautiful book. In fact, I'm just going to go get it. Bear with me a second, guys. In a second. So look what I got, guys. Look at this. Isn't this scrumdiddlyumptious? So I got some gorgeous Happy Mail last week. And looks like Betsy with her fat belly. So this is a colouring book it's 24 original paintings by B. Kilburn. And what he was saying, and of course we can all relate to this, I don't want to look at the colours, but aren't they scrumptious? He says that he's an artist, Kleban, and he's got quite a lot of cats, and they used to lie on his drawings while he was trying to work. And he enjoyed watching them so much, whether they were sleeping, playing, or in the yard, or climbing all over him, that he made hundreds of pictures of them. So it's a bit like Bungle, really, the minute you get anything out. But aren't these gorgeous? And it's very nice paper as well. But aren't they scrumdiddlyumptious? But it reminds me of Betsy Doodles, who has totally come out of her shell and is such a lovely girl now. But it's taken a year. So look at these. I'll do a very quick book flick. So I need to thank whoever sent me my look at the glass with the fishes in it. This is a bit like our house. Samantha's just sent off for matching cat bowls. They've all got matching cat bowls. And I said, oh, are they metal? She said, no. I said, well, I don't like plastic. She says, no, they're pot. So they're not going to last long, but never mind. So we've got party time. We've got skinny dipping. Playing in the leaves. Cat in the long flowers. Flying high. Not sure Betsy would like to do that. That's our Betsy Doodles. And Alfie's rubber duck. Alfie's got a new rubber duck. That's definitely Betsy Doos with her podgy belly. Just let me move that. I don't want to catch the corner. Definitely Betsy. She's definitely come out. I don't know about reading. I think Bungle's more for sitting. We can't seem to get all our cats in one basket. Aren't they gorgeous? So even that, because I was thinking I hadn't bought a colour book for Christmas, and then I've got this beautiful book. Look at that. So yeah, definitely our Betsy Fatso Doodles. Shouldn't call her that. The vet says actually she's not overweight, she's just saggy. So I'm not quite sure if that's the right thing, but definitely looks like our Betsy. Again, I'm not sure about colours because they're such beautiful drawings. I actually love them as a black and white drawing. I really do. I love them as a black and white drawing. They work so well. And that's somebody's not well in bed, like our Betsy hides. There's a Betsy with the wool. Now we think, because Jessie is crying at night, we think she might be looking for a friend, so fingers crossed. That's quite sweet with the wings. And the fishes growing on the flowers. Very clever. And obviously King Kong. And then there's a spare page at the back for you to colour. And then these are all the actual colours. They're all the colours of the pages all ready for you, so you can see. Again, we've got the turquoises and the turquoisey greens. And all the colours. So so gorgeous. So thank you whoever sent me, and let me know, and I can say thank you. The absolute oopsie, scrumdiddly. Again, just worried about what I was going to use, but I want to do them in Betsy colours. Yes, Melody, I think it was. We had a bit of kerfuffle with Alfie and a delivery, because you know what he's like when he gets his barky going. But the reason I was so excited is this is Alfie at the minute. Now Betsy, this is little Jess. So this is little Jessie. So she's nearly back to normal, but she won't settle at night, whereas I got her where she would actually snuggle with me at night. But this is the best thing, is our, look at this chilled out little monster. Now this is our Betsy Doodles, and Betsy Doodles would not lie like that. She's been curled up in a ball quiet for over a year. So Betsy's come out of a shell and she lolls about everywhere now. So she's really come out of a shell, and she actually looks quite happy for a change. So I was thinking that she just reminds me of the pussycat. And now I've lost my chat, so bear with me a second till I get it back. Now we did have See if I can go on there. I mean, this is the same cat. Look how so chilled out she is. This is the same cat. Oh, my phone's on dark, is it? No, it's not. See if we can get... Oh, thank you, Melody. Thank you. So definitely reminds me of our Betsy. Change a little bit to be a bit of a tabby, bit of a brown tabby. So I've got to think about that. I actually quite like his colours, so that might be one that I may think about. Again, I always have to look at whether it would work with the water-based colours or not. I love the autumn colours, the beautiful colours. So there's definitely something to think about. Of course, that's a Picasso, isn't it? And that's, I forgot what that one is. That's a Picasso. Yeah, absolutely. Think the colours, I don't think I could want to do them any differently, but I'll have a think. Again, panic to start with, but absolutely love the fat belly. So we'll wait to see if Suzanne pops up a bit later, because it's a bit early for Suzanne today, I think. I've got a little bit of a crinkle on here, but not too much, but I kind of like that. Again, it gets me away from pencils, which is not really an option for me. And I've put that on a wet thing, which was not really the right thing to do, because now I've got yellow everywhere. Gosh, brick red. And again, I've got the... You see, I didn't need to wet it, so now I know when I'm using my water brush not to wet the watercolour. You don't need to spray it. And again, I like that because they're not going to be too wet and you can shut them and not going to make a mess. So I was hoping that Jessie would pop out. Jessie, puss, 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 puss. Jessie. But she hasn't been in the room for quite a while, so she may not pop out. But we'll see what happens. She may do. But as I say, I did her ears last night, so she's a bit of a sulky pants. Did I say I used... Did I use sienna? Did I use burnt sienna? I think I used... Yeah, I used burnt sienna. So we can either go darker or we can go lighter. And just follow that right round. And then... So even though we've got one colour and it's touch and go, I'm getting so many different tones by using a damp brush. And again, you don't have to, you just keep going until it all disappears. I think that's a claw. So again, sometimes you're using colours that you don't normally do. So we've got the light red or sienna. We could possibly maybe look at that one's burnt sienna. That's raw sienna. We could maybe go back to raw sienna, which will take us back to yellow. So try a little bit of that. Again, this one's melted a little bit. And as long as you just keep it barely damp, if you squeeze it you get a bit of water out, but then you can manipulate the colour. And it's just this easy touch and go, and then all the manipulation is done with the brush. And let me just put... The trick is to get the other wing the same. Now you've done it. So it had cadmium yellow. So thanks guys for stopping by. We've got a really sunny evening in here. In fact, it's too sunny, which we shouldn't say, but again, another reason to go upstairs out of the way is it's not really nice to have the sun bobbing in and out, and of course we're not even in summer, spring yet, so and if Jessie doesn't come round, then she'll be in the bedroom. So again, I'll be able to keep her awake during the day, so she may sleep at night. Hopefully she may sleep at night. So that might be quite good. If I go around and get all those flames. And of course this isn't the lightest yellow, but it's the warmest yellow. And of course flames are fairly warm. And it's the warm yellow that's nearest the brick red. So we're not going too far away. So there's an old rule of 3 going from yellow, orange to red. But we've got the brick red. So the colours kind of go together. So it's a bit like having a green, a purple blue and a blue. And a purple, sorry. Rather than having a yellow, a red and a blue. They're near each other on the colour wheel and they work well together, 3 of them. They harmonise, I think is a proper term. So again, when we do the channel of art, then the colour mixing and all that gorgeous chromatography book by Fields, all colour mixing, harmonising colours, complementary colours, everything like that, that'll all be on that other channel to do with colour and art. Which leaves this one for just colouring. But I will put a link, and there'll be advertisements and things. And so we want the brick red next. And going out. And again, this is so easy. So this is quite nice to work with a pan of watercolours. Oops, that's a bit dark, but it doesn't really matter that much. Again, you can dull one down and mix it round. Go back in there with that one. and it's literally just touch and go. But of course, with this brush, your brush will probably run out before your paints do. But if you always stroke in the same direction and you look after your paintbrushes, always put the top on, which is on the floor because I dropped it earlier, then it should be fine. And again, now this is pure therapy. This is purely enjoyment. It's just thinking a little bit about colour, a little bit about colour mixing. Sorry, not colour mixing, but picking your colours, choosing your colours. But you don't have to mix, and yet I would think I've got at least 10 different tones in from this one colour. And it really is not even a pinhead of colour to just mix with that yellow and tone down. And again, remember what we did with the other one. There's no reason why you can't go back in there at a later date. Just give it a little bit of oomph. So now we want the next one. I think we said was, oops, you see how differently red it is. Look, it's completely different, that one. So I'm going to have to clean my brush because I don't want that colour there. Start at the bottom and work out. And because each one's a different size, different shape, you don't always pick up the same amount of colour. You'll probably find that most of them are different, and again, that's quite nice. So it looks like you've been mixing colours, but you haven't. All you're doing is just doing the same technique, but because they are, say, different sizes, you get pales next to darks, and it's a very easy way to be a bit creative. And I think this was the last one, wasn't it? I don't know why this raw sienna always goes to mush. It does it on every one, and I think it's to do with the pigment. Some pigments are more stable than others. Normally it's the reds that go, but of course it's a red brown, so it's and then I think I'm going to go back to this one again. So I can use that paint that I put there by mistake. Clean the brush because I'm going back to yellow. And I love, again, not wasting any paint, but all that colour is on there. You're not wasting any, which again I love, but you're not mucking up your colours because you're always making sure that the brush is clean before you put it onto your next colour. Apart from about where I made a mistake there. And again, that's brilliant because you're not going to muck up your colours. So I've got a little bit of yellow on there, but, and I think that actually is that's a tail as well. Oh, that could be a leaf, I think. I think most of these are going to flames actually, so I think I'm going to take this one back to a flame. So stay with the yellow, just the tips. So I can take this back. And you'll probably find like I've got a little bit of a hole starting there, just a little bit of a well. So again, just, and of course with the leaves I go yellow, the same yellow, but I can take it to the green. So we'll do a yellow leaf edge, and then I can touch sap green and make the green. And then for the dark, the deeper blue, oh, it was the wrong blue actually, but that I wanted more of an indigo, but that's fine. I'm happy with that. It'll do. Oh, bye, Melody. Have a good sleep, darling. Take care. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the evening. I think it's quite late for you. A bit wet there, but I can live with that. So I put that one on that one. I'm just going to see if I can use this colour that I've made by mistake, because I don't want it to sit on there, because when I next go to these I'll miss it. And so I kind of like that one, and then and again you can play with these with the colours when to go darker. When you finish the whole lot, you can look and think, well, actually I'd like a bit more dark in here, a bit more light in here. I think I'd probably bring that. So I've got some quite dark claws there. But as I say, there might come a time, especially under here, where you think, oh, hang on a minute. Let's just give that a bit darker. Probably actually do like this. And that will recede. Now again, I've touched that twice, so really I shouldn't go back to that, because it's already been done a couple of times, and it doesn't like too much water. And that is the table that's creaking, not me. For a change. For a change, that is not me creaking. Oops. So again. Seem to have, oops, see if I can just, lost our... Oopsie. Oh, sorry guys, jeepers. Is that a bit better? I don't know if it looks better or not, guys, sorry. See if it would... See if we can just... Oh, thank you, Katrina. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Oh, sorry, my internet connection is so bad today. So again, I'm going to use the same flame. Let's see if we can get down here. I'm going to use the same flame. I just wonder if it's something on the thing. It shouldn't be. Oopsie, sorry about that, guys. Just see if I can clean the lens of it, make it a bit better. So I want the same yellow flame, which was cadmium yellow. So I'm using the Windsor and Newton Cotman Set Studio, but these are whole pans, and so they're perfect for colouring. Just using my Derwent #1 water brush, touch and go. Absolutely love doing this. So again, I'm going to try to change the colour. So we've got the same yellow, because I think most of these are supposed to be flames, so everything's flamey. So we've got a tip here of the yellow for the flowers, but I think I may end up being able to change that a bit. So that's that little bit there, and again we've got rid of all that colour, so we now know there's nothing on the brush, which is always quite nice. But I kind of want something a bit more colourful, so I'm actually going to go for the cadmium red deep. So that's slightly pinkier. It's a pinkier red than it's a deep cadmium red, but I call it a pinkier red. It could be almost a crimson lake. That's the kind of colour that I see. I think that was not a flower, but never mind, it's fine, it's my colour book. And then we need a green, so I'm going to touch sap green. And I had some pink, so I've got a real dull green on there now, because when you add red to green, you get a dull. So I'm going to put that there and take that up. So this is going to go really pale, and it's going to completely disappear to that yellow by the time it gets up to the top there. So again, pick some more up, start lower down and work round. And then if you need to go behind, we can make it stronger. If we want to. And again, really easy way to work, what I call touch and go. Absolutely love it. It's so therapeutic, and it's quite freeing, even though you're not on a watercolour paper. You get some wonderful watercolour effects with not a lot of water. Oh, thank you, Pamela, thank you. Again, not my usual colours, but I've been inspired by the traditional Windsor and Newton pan set, which again, light to dark, it's what I call my light to dark. We've got white, lemon yellow, cadmium yellow. Now that's called cadmium yellow hue. I would call that gamboge. Cadmium orange, cadmium red light, cadmium red and cadmium red deep. Again, the cadmium red light I would call vermilion. Cadmium red is cadmium red, and this is slightly pinkier, so that could be like a crimson lake, a madder red. They're a bit pinkier. Then we've got Elysian crimson. We've got purple lake, French ultramarine. This blue is it's an unusual blue. It's almost like a turquoisey blue. I don't really like it, but it's there, and it's called bright intensive blue. Then we've got cobalt and cerulean, sap green. I'm not a fan of vermilion, but it is a traditional one, so I'm using it. If I get chance to get a whole pan hooker's green, I would have a hooker's green there, but hey ho. Yellow ochre, which is another must. We've got burnt, that's raw sienna and burnt sienna, and in the middle is a brick red. Now it's called brick red or light red, and this is the red for colours of bricks, or it's for colours for foxes' tails. It's that kind of really reddy brown, almost, you know, is it a red or is it a brown? And when you don't really know the difference, that's the red. It's sometimes called light red, but it has other names as well, and I just cannot remember for the life of me what it's called. Then we have a raw umber, a burnt umber, Payne's grey and black. And that to me is the perfect set. You don't really need any other colours, because that's going to give you every colour under the planet without mixing too much. I say the only one I do love, which is a traditional one, is hooker's green. I do like that, but I've managed to mix sap green with vermilion, and I've got a kind of a hooker's green, or put French ultramarine with sap green, and you get a really rich dark like a forest green, which is like a hooker's green. And hooker's green was used traditionally for field work, for painting outside. But I kind of like that. But again, I want it to be pale colours. I don't want to be in me face colours. I want just that lovely, not kind of wishy-washy, but easy to do, delightful, a little bit of manipulation with the colour. Using a number 1 brush, you can use it all day, it doesn't hurt your hands. No washing the brush out. I'm using a bit of sponge, but this is quite filthy, but it doesn't do anything. Just let it drop and then twist the brush. But not really using it too light, but the Kerby one is a brilliant paper. Basically touch and go, just like I used my little book of watercolours. So we will touch the yellow, because I'm using this at the minute. Now, because I'm actually using this, I'm making like a tiny well, but that's fine. I normally do it on other things. I've not actually managed it in this, but I've never used this one like this before. I've normally mixed colours. But I should be using that really, shouldn't I? So I can use that yellow. That's a bit paley yellow, so I'm going back to this one. I put some drops of water on here to mix them, and I shouldn't have done. You can use this brush straight on the dry brush, the dry paints, and you don't wet them too much, and I think that's better. Then the green, take it through, and it's just gently mixing with those lovely yellows, so we've got a highlight effect without doing hardly anything. Now I've gone to green, so even though I think that might be clean, I'm just going to clean the brush. In fact, I could put that there and we could see what I was doing. Just twisting it and making sure it's clean. So these little flowers in here, again, I'm going for the look flamey. I'm going for the yellow edges. Not done this before, but we may as well may as well try it. These look a bit flamey as well. So again, still got the yellow. Whenever I've got that yellow, I'm going to use it. I'm not going to get rid of it. I'm not going to throw it away. And then we want the cadmium red in there. Of course, when it touches the yellow, it becomes a cadmium orange, and we've mixed the colours, and Alfie's having his moment. So that's what Alfie does. And again, even though they're the same, they are different. So we've got quite a range of colours just from this touch and go. So don't think you've got 24 colours, because without mixing any, you've got 250, because each colour is so strong, it will give you 10 shades and 10 tones. So without doing anything else, you've already got 250 here straight away, because each one will give you from strong to dark. And you find that in my little book of watercolours. So we have one strong colour and 10 shades, 10 shades. One strong colour, 10 shades. So there's 24, but without doing any colour mixing, there's 240 shades there already, and tones. And that's just with touching and go, you know, what I call touch and go. So again, it just almost a pinhead. I think a pinhead is about right. And then we can just pick out I did pick quite a lot of colour there, but I'll find a bigger flower. So I've got a bigger flower here. So again, now it's not red anymore, it's an orange. If you want to put a bit more colour in here, now it's dried, we can do. Again, just to, I did like the pale, but if you didn't, you can go stronger. And I do have this almost invisible colour, look like a peach. So it was actually cleaner than I thought, but always good idea to get your brush as clean as possible, and then you can go back with the yellow. So we can go back to our flaming little flowers for the yellow tips, and then go back in with our darker colour. I think I'm actually sticking with, oh, that's a bit dark, but it might look quite nice. And then if we can get very strong, we can put some stamens in there. And the cadmium red. Again, that's probably a bit too strong. It's not going to go nicely, that now. Never mind. It'll become paler in a second when we get round. And remember that this will always move. This one will always move because it's a watercolour. It's designed to move. It will always move, no matter what you do with it. It will always shift. So again, I can lighten that up by keep pinching a little bit. There's a bluebell there. There's these little orange petals. It's part of a bluebell. There's a little one up there. And then I can come back, clean the brush. So we've got a cobalt blue. We tease the tops. And there should be one there, but I can't see it. So we've done some little bluebells. So anybody got any questions? Thanks for talking. Everybody's all right. Oh, there's a key there, and there's another some other yellow flowers. I might just put these orangey ones this time, just to give them a bit of a different. And then there's quite a lot of greenery now. So we've got the sap green. Which we can take pale for stems. And again, because it gets paler and paler, we get some beautiful soft pale green stems. So even though again it's one sap green, we're going to get some gorgeous colours. I'm going to go back into the yellow because I did get rid of all that green, and just again take those tips of all the leaves to yellow. And again, I've gone from strong, really strong, all the way around to really pale with one sweep. So again, that's another thing, that you get the yellow on the brush and don't think, oh my goodness, I've got too much, I've got to wash it off. Just keep going. If you've got a lot of colour, go to a bigger space. And then you can find that you've got some quite nice little edges, and you won't see it until you put the green on, just how that makes everything look that yellow, because we're basically creating a highlight. Alfie's having one of his moments where he's being Mr. Demanding. So if you can't see anything, leave it and go back to it, because that way you won't, something else will come. So now I'm going to touch the sap green again, and I'm going in where this yellow is. And I do tend to go dark at the bottom and light further up, just because it's a logical way for me. And again, there's a little tiny well appearing. There's a tiny well appearing on the sap green now, because I've used it a few times, because there's quite a lot of green in here. So again, you can see so many variations of green, and I've not even touched the Viridian or the other one. And what I was going to do is just go around this one so that the highlight of the other one stood out. And I've made a mistake there, but it's fine. And remember, we can always go back and darken it a bit later. Oh, thank you, Becca. Thank you. You like my touch and go. Touch and go. It's like wash and go, but touch and go. Oh, thank you. I just think it's so easy. And I'm really worried about people using pencils, purely because as an artist using pencils for 50 years, if not more, I have arthritis in my hands. Now, I'm supposedly an artist, so I draw probably more than most, but still, the way the pencils, I've never done pencil work blending with pencils, and I think that's very stressful for your hands. And I'm really worried that in a few years' time we'll get colourers syndrome, which will be arthritis in the thumb and fingers, because your hands, like the rest of your body, it only likes to do things for a short length of time. And of course we like to colour, and we love to colour, and so we've got to learn to colour that's not just nice and enjoyable but also safe. And I'm a bit worried that these pencils, they're not kind of hand or finger friendly, shall we say, for using them a lot. And let's face it, once we start colouring, we don't want to stop. So again, that's why I invented colouring, because I wanted people to be able to do it for as long as they wanted to do it, but not hurt their fingers or their hands. And I mean, I do this a lot, so probably that doesn't help because I've already got arthritis, but still, all the bounce is in the brush. Oh, he's been a naughty boy. So actually, I quite like those colours. They're a bit, I don't know what colour these are. I don't think these are bluebells. Let's just put a little bit of colour on them. Samantha's lost it. It's not easy to lose. It's not difficult to lose it with elf pants. If he sits and barks at you more than 20 minutes solidly, you just want to put him in a pepper bag and post him somewhere. Post him to, I keep saying I'm going to post him to Suzanne, who lives a fair way away. I keep threatening to post him to Peru, like Paddington Bear. So again, that little sap green will go on there. Now I'm sure I've missed quite a lot, and again we can go darken things up. But that's what. Oh, just let me move. I'm terrible for messing things up today. So that's where we are so far. That's what we look like. So again, completely different colour scheme for me, but so easy to do. So many colours in there, and yet I've only used about 4. I think I used cadmium yellow, cadmium red, raw sienna and burnt sienna, brick red and sap green. I think that's all I've used, and yet there are so many colours in there. So I like the fact that I can get these beautiful soft colours from a deep, deep, deep cadmium red. All those pinks are from cadmium red.
Wait.
Sorry, Alfie's going for a walk, bless him. He won't just wait a second. He's just bark. So he's quite spoilt. He's our spoilt boy. Just going to put a tiny little bit of cadmium on that one. There he goes. Bark. Mummy, I'm barking. So again, that's taken about an hour and a bit, I think, but quite enjoyed it. I haven't done, I'm terrible for not doing things. I haven't done the card and I haven't done the key. Probably might darken behind, but although it's dry, I don't want to put too much in there, so I could go in there with a bit darker colour. But actually, I kind of like that. It's kind of very loose and free, but I do like the colours because it's not normally how I... Colours for the wings are completely wrong for me, but again, being inspired by a different, even the same medium, it's water based, but a different set of paints. So we did that earlier. Now, unless what did I do earlier? I did this one. So let's have a look at this one, see if it looks the same. What did I do? Oh, I know what I did. This is what I did earlier, and I used my Inktense pencils in my Derwent watercolour book. So we did that one this morning. That's part one, which one's darkening up. And again, I might want to go into here and make, if I go dark behind each tip of the ones, the other will pop up. So there's probably a little bit of work to do on there, but actually as a kind of a therapy for an hour or so, that is quite nice just to leave it like that. It's very fresh, it's very freeing, and again, sometimes you don't want to kind of put tons of detail in it. It's just quite nice as it is. Oh, hi Susie, welcome to Bunny's Designs. We're just telling you how naughty your boy is. He's just been sent out because he's been naughty. I was just looking at my beautiful little book that arrived last week. The Pussycat book. Has that got something to do with you, Mrs.? That was a wonderful surprise because I was thinking I hadn't bought any colour books for Christmas. So Alfie's been sent out because he's been barking for 10 minutes solid, so he's in the doghouse again. I keep saying I'm going to post him across the water to you. So we've been looking at this lovely book. In fact, I might actually do this little book, but I wanted to do them in the colours that are here. Oh, looking at the leaf one, I might have to do the leaf one because I seem to have got some quite nice colours. But we decided that it's not going to be a black and white cat. It's going to be Betsy because Betsy's got the baggy tummy. Oh, well, I'd like to say thank you, whoever sent me the Pussycat book. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Pamela. Thank you. I'm not reading chat very well, am I? So thanks for stopping by, guys. I hope I'm still all right. I think I want to do something out of here. But I wanted to kind of do the colours that, but then again, that's when you colour matching and mixing and copying, it's more stressful. So again, that puts another stress on what should be an unstressful thing. But what I thought was those greens and yellows and reds would be beautiful in here. I think we have a black and white cat. Yeah, he's a black and white. Oh, it's not quite black and white. It's got a little bit of brown. Well, of course, Betsy's got a little bit of brown, and then she's got the white tummy. And Jessie's about somewhere. Jessie, where's Alfie's gone now? We've got Jessie Doodles back. Now she's sulking because I did her ears last night, and I brought her downstairs. Two things she didn't like. And I picked her up, and of course Alfie was barking, so she had a bit of a moment. But she normally hides during the day anyway, so I don't know where she is. She's about somewhere. She's not far away from me. She's just under the chair, I think, but she's not out. And she did come out last time she was here, wasn't she? I think she was just out last time, before she was fostered, but we've decided that she's going to be permanently here, so that's why I brought her downstairs, because she's going to have to learn to live with everybody else, and it's not an option now. So I've got until the kitten season starts in March. I've got a few months to turn around. If she really isn't up to staying with the dog and the cats, then she'll go back upstairs. And because I'm streaming more upstairs and I've got the other shows to do on different days, she will be up during the day. So, but she has kept me up for 2 nights. Little sausage. So we'll see how she gets on. She should be okay, I think, because she's looking for something. She's mowing around, so she's definitely looking for something. She just doesn't really know what she wants. So I do like this one. I do like these colours. It's whether I want to be flipping up and down. We've got pale green and we've got the cat. Oh, I thought that was a cat. It's not a cat. Honestly, my eyesight. I thought that was a cat. It's not. It's a tree trunk. Honestly, I'm so bad. It's a tree trunk. I thought it was a cat's bottom. So would they be a viridian colour then? Because I don't really fancy mixing colours. That's the other thing I didn't fancy doing. I think they're more sap green than viridian, really. I'm just a hooker's girl. I can't help it. I'm a hooker's green girl. I should be careful how I say that, but just a hooker's green girl. I can't hurt myself. Look at that. It's definitely our Betsy Doodles. So she's doing a lot better as our Betsy Doodles, I have to say. She's doing a lot better. What else? No, that's not Betsy, is it? And that's not Betsy. Let's have a look in here. We've got Mr. Fox with a rose. And there's too much going on there, really. Still got a bit of a headache this morning, so not a happy bunny. Not a happy bunny, I have to say. Now, I looked at that one this morning and thought greens and purples. So actually that viridian would do well with that. So I could do like an Elysian crimson and the purple with that. Oh, I think I might do that one, but I might do it bright colours. We'll see if we can do that with bright colours. I'd probably end up wishy-washy like I normally am. Oh yes, Suzanne's, mine's cream, 2 sugars, please. I've been on a very strict diet for the last 16, 17 days. The headache's up and down. And I haven't quite got my act together of what it is. But we're working on it. We're doing okay. So I'm just going to pinch and zoom and see if we can get to the dragon. So again, this is the Windsor and Newton Cotman set. And again, apologise for the box. I'm disgusted with that. I don't know if I've got my box, because I'm sure when I got my box it was immaculate. But these are full pans of 24, and I just like the fact that you can kind of get your teeth into these full pans. They are so good. It's a traditional set. Again, I put my white at the top because they have their white down there, and I put my white at the top, so mine's light to dark. Absolutely adore the colours. Very traditional colours. The only couple I would do is, I think this particular cadmium, they call it cadmium yellow hue, I would call gamboge. Gamboge is between tangerine and yellow, and tangerine is between gamboge and orange. So if you can imagine 2 between here, that's the gamboge and the tangerine. Viridian I can live without. I know it's there because it's a traditional one, but I like Hooker's Green. And I like, I didn't like this blue, but I'd like indigo, because I use indigo a lot, because I use it for shadows for leaves. But we can't have everything. This one's got white, it's got lemon yellow. Pop it on there and I'll go through them. So even if you can't get this one, these are the colours that you want to try and... There's 24 of them. and it would be thinking, you know, although there's 24, I bet there's 250 colours here. Not by mixing any, just by adding water. For every little pan of colour, you're going to get 10 shades at least, and that doesn't include mixing any of them. So we've got 250 shades and tones, which is so good for our colour book. With our #1 Derwent brush, it's touch and go. We're not mixing colours, we're not wasting colours, we don't need a water pan, we don't need, all we need is a bit of a sponge on the end to clean. Mine's quite dirty, is to clean your brush. That's all you need. Twist, that's perfect. Touch and go. So we've got a white and a black and Payne's grey, which I don't normally use. Lemon yellow, there's a lemon yellow, and then there's a cadmium yellow, which is a pale, and then we've got cadmium yellow, which is a darker one. Now I would think ordinary cadmium yellow is this one. And again, as I say, that's more like a gamboge. Then we've got cadmium orange, cadmium red light, cadmium red, and cadmium red deep. Cadmium red is the normal one. Cadmium red light is probably like a vermilion. So again, it's halfway between a cadmium red and an orange. Then we have cadmium red deep is a bit pinkier than a cadmium red, but not as pink as Elysian crimson, which is over here. Then we have purple lake. Then we've got French ultramarine, which is a purple blue, which is why I've put it there. Then there's this one called, and I didn't really like it, it's also turquoise, it's called intense blue. I'm not a fan. I'd swap that out for indigo, which is a very dark blue, and then I put it down here. And we've got cobalt and cerulean, again 2 traditional blues, sap green, viridian, sorry. Then we've got yellow ochre, again a must, it's good for skin colours and all sorts of other things. Then we've got raw sienna and burnt sienna. And then in the middle we've got this brick red, which it's called a brick red, sorry, this one's called light red, but it's traditionally called brick red. And if I look in my little book, I shall tell you what the others call it, because my brain's gone goo-goo. Let me see if I can find it in my browns. It's not really a madder brown, it's like an orange, it's not even an orange earth. So I haven't got a colour for it there. Oh, no, it's not even burnt orange. It's not burnt orange. Let me have a look. It's a like a Venetian red. It's a dark terracotta. So it's a Venetian red. It's a red brown. It's good for foxes' tails. So when you think of a brown, you think, is it a brown or is it a red? That's the colour I'm talking about. And it's brilliant for foxes' tails or for bricks, that kind of reddy brown, but it's not a bright red like a cad. And then we've got raw umber and burnt umber. They're 2 cold browns. And again, we've got the Payne's grey and French and black, which I don't tend to use so much. So have you got any questions? So I shall have a play in this Fantomorphia, and we're going to do the dragon. So I'll pinch and zoom a bit and see if we can have a look. So I might work at this side if I can. So actually I could take Viridian out, put Viridian there. So green belly, again, just touching that Viridian. It is a bit green, but it's going to water down as I keep going, and then it won't be long before we get a very pale. Oops, I don't know what I did then. Oh, I think I've died a death. Oh, sorry guys, I've lost my chat. Beg your pardon. I've lost my chat. See if I can bring chat up. That's going to be a bit more difficult. Oh, welcome back, Suzanne. So, touch the Viridian, and this is not even the size of a pinhead. And when you want it to be really dark, start there. Now, this is a bit light, but you can go like front to back, in the middle, make it rounded. Again, Kerby Rosanes normally really good. He puts all his shadows in for you. I've gone over the line a little bit. And then we can have a bit of an alizarin crimson back. And I'm not quite used to playing with these a bit, so again, these are really bright in your face colours that I'm not usually used to. But again, it's quite nice to have a change. And then we'll touch that purple. And I meant to see if we've got any flames. We haven't got flames this time, so that's good. Perhaps it would have been a purple body and pink fins if I'd have thought about it, but hey, we've done it now. So and again, I'm not really into these kind of colours. I probably would have picked more reddies and more greens, traditional reds and greens. But again, if you want to be that little bit different, not sure about the horns, so I'm going to leave them. So we've got the feet, which presumably are going to be alizarin crimson. Totally different colours for me, out of my comfort zone, which again is, you know, not normally a bad thing. But remember, these will move because it's a watercolour, so they will move. You're not set in stone. So if we get the body going like that, and just, oops, let's drag it down a bit. And again, remember, they will move because they are not set. And then we want the purple. And again, remember that we can start with the dark at the bottom. So if we want to be a bit stronger. What we can't do is rub up and down, so if we make a boo-boo and we're not strong enough, we have to leave it and go back, because it's that rubbing motion that we doesn't like. And then we can get, and I'm not activating this brush to be too wet, so again, where it's pale works quite well, and then get it strong again to go on the next line, which is next to the highlight, so it makes the highlight lighter. Same with that one, and then maneuver that around a bit, and then the next time you start dark, it's going to be next to that highlighted bit, so we always get the highlight next to where we want it. And if it's not dark enough, we can go back in there, but that's just to set us going a bit. And then we can merge that. And that's probably about what we want to do. I wouldn't really want to do very much more in there, really. Again, not really my colours. I would think I need to clean the brush because I'm going back to the Viridian to do the belly and the tail. I would think that's another. So you can go back in there and be stronger if you want, or you can just think, okay, then I'm going to leave that just with a little bit of a touch of a highlight. Oh, hi Dave, welcome to Bunny's Designs. Anybody else popping in? I'm having a bit of a play in Fantomorphia with the set, and again just having fun. This is all about the fun bit, really. Again, I've got the greens, I don't want to waste it, so I'm just going to go back in. Well, I think it might want to be a bit darker because of course Kerby's put the cross hatching and hatching in there. So I've got a bit of a highlight on his belly. I can create a bigger one if I want. So now we want purple lake, I think we said, didn't we? Purple lake, and this kind of big bit, and then we want some Elysian crimson. Again, I'm not getting that full head-on colour. Don't think I want to on here. Still don't think I want to do that. I like that kind of, I mean, obviously in that wishy-washy mode. So, got any questions? Let's see if I can get my chat back. Sorry guys, I'm supposed to have 8 glasses a day of water. It's difficult to get down. All right, so now we've got some roses. I'm going to bob that green back. So we've got some roses, so I think definitely want cadmium red. So again, touch the rose in the middle. And again, this is how I did the one in the hospital. And then went back where I thought it would be a bit paler. Went somewhere else. Went somewhere else. Went somewhere else. Somewhere different. And came back even paler than that. And then touch cadmium red again. Dark in there. Paler, and then paler still. And then you can see, okay, we want that one darker. If you have the space to get round everything in one, then you can do. And then just keep working away. Now, when I did this with the peerless, you probably get about 20 different tones from one. This is about 10, but you can still get some differences. See if I can find a chat. So I've got another rose. Again, just turn that round so you can see what I'm doing. I covered that over because it's a distraction, and I'm tight Yorkshire Lice. I can't throw it away. So we've got the ordinary cadmium red, and then we get a dark in the bit there, a bit lighter, a bit lighter. Whoopsie. You can start a bit darker than that. And then kind of ends up quite pale. And we have a candle. Not sure if I want to make that kind of nice. Now that no, I'm going to use sap green. Not going to clean the brush. I'm just going to go straight in with the sap green. And again, just touch and go and just enjoy that, just light touch. So no pressure on your hands, just stroking the page, which is what we're doing. And it's all just a real nice way to work. That's a rose, Mr. Rose. Around the edge with that one. I really like working this way. Again, all dry, just barely damp your brush. It's a wonderful #1 Derwent. This will go on any brush at all. Oh, hi Becca. Yes, I work. If you look at last week's, is it last week's? Not last week's, the week before's. There's a video on Inktense blocks. So I've got Inktense pencils, Inktense blocks, and the Inktense, and I do 3 colour pages with all 3. And the Inktense pencils, I use them in my colour book from my book of watercolours, and I use them as a pencil. So I do the scratch and do. As I say, that's 2 weeks ago, that one. I've also done lots of videos on the comparison between Derwent watercolour pencils and Inktense pencils. So there's quite a lot on there. If you look at the thing above, description above, and look under videos, and also, I've forgotten the word. It will give you categories. You can either find it under Inktense pencils or a certain colour book. So if I've done a certain colour book, what did we do last week? Was that, I think that was one last week. We did Inktense scratching. This is Inktense block watercolour that I did on the ferry, but for some reason I cannot get the video to upload, and I can't show it because there's lots of talking and it's a busy ferry. But that was done for about an hour. I think it took me an hour and a half with that set, and that's what the colours are. I did mix the colours, and I was quite poorly actually, so it was for therapy when I did that. There's another one on the Kerby Rosanes. I don't know if it's Imagimorphia or Animorphia. I think it's Image because it's the 2 pineapples, and there's 2 videos on there. One's I've done Inktense pencils, and the other one's Derwent watercolour pencils, and they're scratched as well. But I think it's 2 weeks ago. I think it was just Inktense blocks, Inktense pencils, and Inktense watercolours. watercolour pan set, and comparing how to use them and seeing what we could do. I think it's touching 700 and some videos, is it now? Oops, I can't think how many I've done, but there's quite a few. I used to do 25 a week, and I probably will be getting back up to that because it's taking me a lot to run one channel. I've got quite a few coming up, so yeah, we have to watch this space. We had the candles, so we said we were going to have the yellow, didn't we? I'm just a boring girl when it comes to candles and flames. And again, just like touch and go, it's just, I was going to make that blood and I changed my mind, didn't I? So we've got a little brown oil, so we'll go for a bit of raw umber, a cooler brown, and then as we get to the top, we should end up with a highlight. And we've done nothing but scribble colour into that bird, but we've got a highlight. So we've got lots of grey things there, having spears. I may have to break my rule and use Payne's Grey. There we go. I've used Payne's Grey. I like using Payne's Grey, but I like making my own Payne's Grey. French ultramarine and raw burnt umber. So again, if I show you here, so this is Payne's Grey, and I shouldn't have done it there now because I'm going to get into trouble with myself. So we've got French ultramarine and burnt. Oh, I think that was a little miss. Look at that. How cool is that? Exactly the same. Exactly the same. French ultramarine and burnt umber. Now that's a bit woodier. Oh, there, darling, please, thank you. And drop more French ultramarine.
Come on, Alfie.
Makes it. He's pinching all the biscuits. Get out! Honestly.
Come on, Alfie.
Right, so I did it first time last time. So look, that's a bit too blue. Touch burnt umber. Absolutely perfect. Payne's Grey. French ultramarine, and you want a cold brown. You want a nutty brown. Just to prove it is a Payne's Grey. And the wonderful thing about that is you get even though you're using those two colours, you're going to get so much. You can have a warm Payne's Grey, and Payne's Grey isn't warm, but you can have a warm grey. Oh, Suzanne says hi, hubby Nigel. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Sorry, Suzanne, I've lost chat. He's been to bring my ring back. Oh, look at my pearly ring. I lost a diamond and I can't afford to have it fixed. So I won't be wearing my ring anymore. But not put it in a paper bag because it'll disappear. I don't know how I did it, but I've lost a little diamond, look. So, I mean, I've got no ring. I have to put it on there because otherwise I'll forget it till I go upstairs. So it's lost to stones. I'm not a happy bunny, but it's too expensive to have it redone. So I haven't got my engagement rings. I'm not a happy bunny. So I'm going to use my Payne's Grey actually. You see, mine's. I did touch the other one first. So that's my Payne's Grey. That's a little bit warmer. So we'll get, what did I see? That's Payne's Grey. So that's, actually I used the wrong one. This is the one I wanted. Is it raw umber or burnt umber? Let me have a look. French ultramarine. Touch more blue. There we go. So There we go. That's almost, damn it, Payne's grey. And that's Payne's grey. That's out of the box, and that's mine. Very, very similar. Yes, I think so. It's just, it's not on the priority list at the minute, so to put it away. That wants to be a bit warmer because it's like a toolbox, so I can actually put that as wood. So I can make that wood. And then we'll have a bit of a shadow in there as well. So see, that's raw sienna and that's burnt sienna. They're the different ones. Skull, again, I'm going to use my Payne's grey. And go down the side with that one. Now I could leave that as a very, very light, very shadow, very light highlight. I mean, that's what I meant to put. I think I'm just going to put a touch of green on that one just to give it a bit of oomph. Oh my goodness me. We've got a wind coming up. And raw umber again for the broomstick. Back to the Payne's grey for the so raw umber is cooler. And that's a bit more blue, you see, that's a bit more blue. But that's mine. And it depends how strong you use it. When I'm using it lighter, but that's because it comes back from my raw umber, which is a cold colour. Cold brown and French ultramarine. Oh, Bungo! I thought that was Jessie. It's not, it's Bung. Pinching Jessie's biscuits, Bungle. There's a bit of a munch going on below me. But the nice thing about making your own Payne's grey is sometimes the greys are warmer and sometimes they're cool as they're brown. So you always get a different, and again, I like making my own greens, my own greys, because you get so much variation. If I do put some more blue to it. It's now a full-grown Payne's grey. But again, I'm not really that struck on Payne's grey because it's too cold. I do like my other. Oh dear, Suzanne, she's got gout. I've got gout in the head, Suzanne. I'm on a very strict diet because I've been taking some supplements, quite a few, since the first. And again, I'm going to be on the diet, health and fitness one because if you've got gout and you're not diabetic, have a tin of cherries. Now my husband's been buying them a bit cheaper from Asda or Tesco's, wherever, and they're not the they're not the sorry, bungle and tea and paint. Oh, the wedding ring, the engagement ring's gone. Sorry guys, bungle alert. You want the dark bitter ones. I'm having 6 cherry pills and a gout pill and a tin of cherries. What did I say? 6 cherry pills, but you build up to them. You have 2 for a week, then you have another 2. Sorry, it's a bungle alert. Another 2 and another 2 and another 2. Another reason why you want dry work. Look at that tail, Bungle. Hi, darling. We can't be cross with Bungle because we love him. That baby boy is so beautiful. He's so fluffy. Sorry, guys. He's so fluffy. He's so big and he's so fluffy. No, there's nothing on the plate for you, Bungle. And you've already gobbed in one of my waters. Come here. Come here, mister. He's beautiful. He's so beautiful. Is that Bungle? No, there's nothing for you here. Can I lift you over? Oh, you weigh a ton, though. I can't. There's nothing on the plate but paint. I don't know what you can smell, Bungle, but there isn't anything there but paint, darling. Now you're going now, aren't you? Bye. Goodness me. Sorry, guys. Yes, you need cherry pills. Now, I'm taking quite a lot of things. Haven't mastered it yet. I've still got a bit of a headache, but I've had a couple of days without my headache. Or with a headache, but it's not been as bad. So I've been taking a cod liver oil, but I've built these up since Christmas. I haven't just started taking 20 odd supplements because that's not for you. But if you start with 2 cherry pills for a week, these are the cherry pills. Two for every day for a week, then boost it up to 4 the next week. Then the week after, boost it up to 6. That's the maximum. I have those 3 times a day with food, which is why I had to have something to eat earlier. I am taking a colchicine, which I'm not happy about, but I can't stand the headache anymore. So I'm taking one of those a day, which I'm not happy about. Now, I have been taking a prednisolone as well, but they've told me I can't take any more of that, but it stops the headache. But prednisolone is not good for you to take on a regular basis. So my headaches come back, and I have a cherry pill as well. I have a tin of cherries. I'm also going to buy, because my headaches come back, and this is to lower, so hopefully I'll get better. Sorry guys, that if you're not poorly, is to have some cherry juice, some dark bitter cherry juice from Holland & Barrett. And I'm not very good at vitamin C, so I'm going to boost the vitamin C up as well. And I'm going to do that for another week and see how I get. And then I'm going for a uric acid test to see if it's lowered. Now, on the American website, because of course in England we're always a bit slower, they say it used to be 2 ounces of cherries. They boost it up to ½ a pound of cherries a day. If you can get fresh cherries, brilliant. I've got some, when they're in season, I've frozen loads and frozen them, pitted them and frozen them. But they're lost in the freezer somewhere and I can't get to them. But definitely cherries. Celery seed is another good one. I've got a celery seed pill in there. So we're now on the 17th and my headache is slightly better. It's not today, but I didn't take a colchicine yesterday because colchicine has a very adverse effect on your body because of what it's designed to do. It's designed to get rid of the crystals. And normally, if you're poorly, you either vomit or you have the other. And that's what this pill does for you. So obviously, when I stay at home, that's what I do. I did try every other day, and when I didn't take it, I got the headache. So like I didn't have it yesterday because I had to go to the doctors. And because I had to go to the doctors, I didn't take the pill in the morning. So of course, I've got my headache today. And that's only through trial days. I've only been doing this since the beginning. I've been on the website again during the night because Jessie's been keeping. I've woken up with a bit of a headache, but a couple of days I've woken up with no headache. And I can tell you that is amazing. So I'm still in the process of working out what works for me. This isn't set in stone. This is what works for me. But I would say eating a bucket of cherries a day, unless you're a diabetic, is not going to hurt you. Eating a tin of cherries nearly makes me sick. So I put vegan cream with it a little bit. And actually that's quite nice as a dessert. So I'm doing 2 things. I'm having a dessert, not missing chocolate. Now I've been having chocolate and I've had a bit of a headache. So again, I'm going to try right now, no chocolate for a few days, see if the headache goes. I have got prickles in the thumb. And actually you can see the pseudo gout there. You can see that yellow. You can see that pale. I squeeze it, you can see it's disjointed anyway, but you can see there is a bit of a yellow in there. Look there, that is a crystal destroying my joint. And when I get the prickles, I've had the headache. So if I get the prickles in the big toe, the knee, or the thumb, and the headache, I'm sorry, but I've got pseudo-gout in the head, which is not nice. The other thing I have to do is to lower my uric acid. So I've been looking at lots of things, but again, that's going to be on the channel Diet, Health, Fitness, because there's a lot of way to lower your uric acid without taking a pill. It's just, I was getting quite desperate. As desperate as there wasn't going to be me on the planet. The headache is, well, if you can imagine gout and then imagine that in your head, there is nothing to compare with that. It was getting quite desperate, and considering the fact it's gone on since August, I first had this in August. It's, you know, it is torture. So anyway, enough of that, because I've got a banging head. Right, back to colouring. But yeah, so that's definitely going on. But I would say do things slowly, and then the only thing I would say is if you do have, and I tell old men this, I've been telling men this for 20 years, when we go to model shows, they're all hobbling around, I've got gout, I've got gout, I've got gout, I can't walk, I'm in pain. And I said, have a tin of cherries. And they've come back the next day and went, bloody hell. It's not gone completely, but it's not gone into full-grown gout. And if I feel the prickles at night and have a tin of cherries, I never get an attack until it's gone in my head. And obviously that's because my uric acid is really high, because I've got kidney problems, so that confuses and upsets everything else as well. But we're not going to go there. So again, on this diet, health and fitness one, I do feel a lot better and I can talk more, so I know my headache isn't as bad. This is probably like a really bad hangover that I've got now. It's like a really bad hangover, but I'm having to go to work with it. Difficult to concentrate, but you just carry on with it. That's what it's like at the moment. But if anybody has mine's pseudo gout, but it does exactly the same thing, except for it destroys it destroys your joints more than ordinary gout. But there is no differentiate. The pain is exactly the same. Dark bitter cherries. The best ones I've found is Epicure. Now they are £4 a tin, but so the other thing I'm doing is I'm having a tin of cherries every single day. Now, occasionally I've forgotten and I've dropped off 6 cherry pills to 4 or 2, and again the next day I've got more headache. So if I can keep this up, and I'm also keeping a diary as well, when I wake up with a headache, when I go to bed, the pills, the time I'm taking them, and I find that extremely difficult, so difficult to remember to do it there and then, gets on my nerves. But I need a reference. I need a reference because none of the doctors believe I've got gout in my head. And apart from me committing harikari and then doing an autopsy, there is no proof. So I'm having to do it. But I can tell you, we're getting near to that point. Definitely not a happy bunny. Well, Suzanne, when it does come, as I say, I have a tin of cherries, but that's why I've got Oromorph, and not the Oromorph actually wasn't for the head, but I do have Oromorph. But anyway, enough of that. Right, boring. Actually, I quite like these colours. They're really not me. The purples and the pinks and the turquoise greens are really not me. But yes, I don't know. I'll have a look, Suzanne. I'll message you, Suzanne, and I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'll message you. I'm hoping in the next couple of days to get everything upstairs, because if I do this, guys, you are going to see the mess. All that's going upstairs with the desk, with the IKEA desk. And that's going in the corner of the bedroom, so there's no Alf pants, and there's there's no cats, there's no all sorts. So, and again, I can go up there and I can make a video about these things separate for the other channel, rather than waffling about it when people who are well don't really want to know about pseudo gout and things. But yeah, if anybody you know, as soon as you feel the prickle. And again, I never recognised it for years, because you have arthritis and you think, oh, that's sore. And you never think, but there is a slight difference between an arthritic ache and a prickle. Because it's more like a tickle prickle, almost like a thistle. And if you feel that, that's the onset of gout. And if you feel that, have a tin of cherries. And you won't wake up during the night screaming the abdabs. There will be Alfie on this channel, Suzanne, don't panic. Alfie will be on this channel. It's just he won't be on what I call not the proper channels, but the other ones that are more serious, and the art he'd be on the art one because he's in this room. So the oil paintings and the watercolours and the colour books will all be in this room. But my children have decided that they want this room as a family room, and so I'm going to put the desk and all the arty crafty stuff upstairs out the way. But it means that I can do, as I call, proper, like I used to do. I used to edit for like 20 or 30 hours a 10-minute video. So first videos were a lot better, and believe me, how many barks did we take out of one? Hundreds of barks. And me coughing, I used to take everything out. But of course, then we went live, and then we did other things, and I like to have it in real time and speed it up. So that's what I do try. So anybody that has a dad or a granddad, and I shouldn't put it to people who are men, but men normally get it. Tin of cherries, dark bitter cherries. But I think Holland and Barrett do, what do? They do a dark bitter juice. So again, because my headaches come back, I'm going to do that, because I have to lower my uric acid. It's very bad for me. It's been high for more than 10 years. It was 500, then it went to 580. I hate to think what it is, because nobody's bothered to test it for years. But because I've got permanent gout in the head, there's no let up with the gout at all for 5 months, 6 months. So really need to get on top of this, because it's irritating, really is. And I'm learning that China and in Japan and really healthy countries that are being westernized with, I hate to say it, McDonald's, chocolate, chips, crap, they are now getting gout. They have never had gout for years. Sorry, I just thought I saw Alfie's tail. And they're getting gout now. So that's because they're eating junk food. No, it's toffee going out. Sorry. I just saw this flash and thought, Alfie's out. Sorry, guys. So, yeah, so that's what the other channel is. This is Bunny's Designs, Bunny's Health, Fitness. Now, when I say fitness, the fitness is going to the gym, sitting in a jacuzzi, warming or the steam room, warming your bones and moving. Possibly a few lengths of the pool, building up to maybe 10, but normally doing one length of a pool, just stretching. I only stretch. Warming yourself in a jacuzzi and moving. That's so important when you've got any kind of debilitating whatever. And it's also good for therapy as well. So you don't have to think, I've got to go to the gym to jump on a bicycle and row 500 watts. You can just, or cycle rather. You can just sit and the other thing is you can build up to doing a length in the pool. And if you haven't done any exercise for years, that length in the pool is almost like a marathon. And so I wanted to do a channel for that, for the disabled, because if you say to somebody, I swam a length, they would laugh at you because that's ridiculous. Most guys wouldn't even get in the pool to do less than 100. But for somebody like me, a length is like, it's like a marathon. It took me 6 weeks to get to a length because my bones and my muscles and everything about my body has seized up because it's always in pain. So again, I wanted to go through all that on the other channel, and then people can ask things. I mean, I'm not an expert. Things that work for me won't work for others. Tomatoes upset people, eggs upset others. I'm just doing a very low protein diet. And there is a gout diet, which I've looked at some of the things and I can't have, like mushrooms. If I look at a prawn, I will have gout the next day. If I have a steak salad, which is slimming, small steak, beautiful huge salad, no dressing on it, just a beautiful salad with some, I will have gout the next day. And it's only through going away, having these foods and waking up in absolute agony. Oh, shrimp. You mustn't have shrimp, Suzanne. No shellfish. I have sea bass and sea... Sorry, I'm telling everybody not to have it. Yes, well, you've got a treble whammy there, haven't you, for that? Liver pate. No offal as well. There is a gout book. There's a diet book. And again, it's like, but I like this food. I want to live. But then if it's in the toe, I think, okay, yeah, go on then. But when it's in your head, there comes a point where you think, I have to get rid of this. Have to get rid of this. And eventually it can be naughty to the kidneys. Now, my kidneys don't need to be any naughtier than they are. I'm on key stage 3 already, so I haven't got far to go before it's dialysis. And with the way the British National Health Service is going, that could be good night Vienna. So I've got to really kind of mend myself, because through food, and I have to say that I would rather do that than take a pill. I hate this colchicine. It's really bad for you. It makes me quite poorly, but I don't have a choice at the minute. Now, I'm hoping after a year or so, I can lower the uric acid and I can take it every other day. But I tried it for a week and my headache went. And then I tried it every other day and my headache comes back. So clearly my system is not clear of these things at all. Yes, there's something in the Crohn's as well. There was something about that. It's something and it's all to do with bone and calcium and your kidneys and uric acid. So even just having a bit of a healthier diet is going to be so bad. Yes, Suzanne, I've had it in the inside of my foot and I couldn't work out what it was because it wasn't swollen, it wasn't big, it was just, and it was right through the centre. I've had it in my chest and they thought it was a heart attack. I've had it in both sides of my chest. I get it in the clavicle or somewhere, but I mean that's when it's 111 straight. Yeah, that one is not nice. But again, I should have known. It's 8 years since I had it there, so I should know it's in my system. I've been quite good with the diet, but again, not as strict as I should have been. So I'd rather try and do it with that. So I'll message you, Suzanne, the bits and bobs. I actually use the American Gout Society. We have a British one, but it's the American one that said about the cherries because they've done the research. Again, absolutely hate the colchicine. Would not advise anybody to take colchicine every day. It was advised by my rheumatologist and I laughed him out and went, yeah, I'm never doing that, so you can go. But that's because he was thinking, but he never said it was in my head. They said it was something else. But if it's in your head, you would take cyanide every day. Right, enough of that, guys. Back to where we were. So yeah, if you message me, Suzanne, and ask me on Messenger, it'll remind me, because again, this headache, the brain's I think there's more crystals in there than brain cells at the minute. I need to grow some brain cells. I have been watching Floyd on Far Flung Floyd. Oh, try saying that when you've had a few. And Floyd on the Mediterranean and Indian cooking. So I'm having very, very highly spiced rice and vegetables and fruit to really, as I say, really, really get rid of anything that's got a pure in it. It's not going in my gob because and she normally loves to go get the pasties from the local bakery, and of course she's stick thin and she's fit, and she's very healthy most of the time, but she was going for driving lesson in a couple of hours. So I said, go get a couple of pasties and get something sweet and set, and then you're okay. No, she says, I want your boring rice. So I had to make her some this morning, so that's why I was a bit late. Hubby made me a cup of tea, bless him. So back to this, we'll finish this off and then so we'll see what we can do. We've lost our thing. I don't know if we're live anymore, for goodness sake, missus. Celery, turmeric, what thing I do. It says cut down on salt. As I say, there's all sorts, so you've got me on a tail now. But I was looking what other countries eat, because I'm a bit of a foodie. Yeah, anyway. Oh, look, we've got a couple of wolves, and we've got a couple of, I don't know what that's. I kind of like those colours, but of course we need to do something on the other side now. We've got our red wolf, so we've got our brick red. You see, it's what I would call a red-brown, or a brown-red. It's definitely on the, is it red or is it brown? So good for a fox, good for, normally brilliant for dragons. I think I've done a dragon in this colour, I think. I wish Jessie would come out. We can say hi to Jessie, because I do want Jessie to come out. Not that colour. Okay, if we're really clever, we can put a bit of dark there. Oh, I've smudged it now. It's the only time I go quite dark. I'm going to smudge it. So I think I'm going to put this is raw umber. Raw umber is a cool brown. Burnt umber is a little bit warmer. Now, actually, I was going to do it the other way, but never mind, I've done it this way now. And again, we still can manage to get a bit of a highlight, and remember what I said, it is a watercolour, so it will disappear. If it has to, it will go, because that's what it is. It's a watercolour. It will always move. Again, I've got, even though I've got the highlight on the wrong side, I kind of like that. So I'm going to put that one down here. And now we've got burnt umber. And you see the difference? You see, it's dark, it's cool, but it's still, it's a darker. So this one is raw, this one is burnt. Burnt is probably a little bit redder, bit warmer. It's a bit like the burnt carmine. It's still red, but it's dark, so it's very similar. But when you take it light, you get the same colour, if that makes any difference. If that makes any sense, rather. So it's the same colour, but it's just a tiny bit warmer, that one. I don't want to go too dark with this one. We can pick a bit of colour up and use it down there. It will always move because it's a watercolour, but again, you've got to get really out of that habit, because screwing around on a page, if it's not watercolour paper, will trash the page. It's just that I risked it for a biscuit and I got away with it. So there we go. The brush is a Derwent #1 water brush. And it takes such a batting, does this, it really does, but I love it because it's the only one I use in a colour book. The #2 I use on other books, watercolour pages. Oh, gosh, no, sorry guys, watercolour paper. But this is the #1, and it's absolutely perfect. It does most, if not all, colour books. Even the thin one I did this morning, even this one. I did this one this morning with it in part 1. And that was with this little set of Derwent. Oh, no, it wasn't, was it? What did I use this morning? I can't remember what I used. Oh my goodness, what did I do that with, guys? I only did it a couple of hours ago. Oh no, I did that in that one. That's what I did. I didn't use that one. So I used that on this, and this is a bit thinner than this one. Not much, but a bit thinner. It did buckle, but it didn't go through. But that's what I used for that one. Yes, the price is good, Suzanne said. Now, it's about £10 to £15. No, it's about £8 to £10 for 3. And you get a wedge with some bristles missing, which is fantastic for grasses and all sorts. You get a fatter one of these and you get this one. Or you can buy this for about £6 on its own. But I suggest buying the 3, and then you can always get some watercolour paper and use the same paints. So that's what I was saying about this particular set. You can use it in a colour book. So for £40, you've got this full set, and it will last you yonks. It really will last you a long time. It really will last you. Sorry, guys, I've got a frog in my throat now. Again, if you've got a bit of colour, I should have left that a bit lighter, but never mind, a bit darker. That one. So that lightens that up, and we can touch Payne's Grey. But mine's behind it, and I prefer mine. It's that little bit warmer, mine. If you ask him, pop it in caps, and then you can get them. I get mine from Cass Art in the UK, but you can get them from Amazon. My daughter's a bit anti-Amazon, and I must admit, I think I'm a bit... it's just so easy during the night when you're when you're tired to hit the Amazon button. But yeah, we've got to try to behave ourselves when it comes to Amazon, because I find it's a bit like gambling. You just, next minute, you suddenly... It's just so nice to get things through the post. It's almost like buying yourself a present every minute. A sad girl. I'm just a sad girl. Sad Yorkshire lass. So, again, a bit of Payne's Grey. Oops, my water. You can squeeze water out if you want, but if you look, this is what it's doing. It works quite dry, so. And then if you squeeze the water out, it comes, oh, sorry guys, you can't see. It comes quite wet. And if you just stroke once and leave it, that's fine. But what we can't do is keep going over it. It just does not like that. So we'll just do this. And of course, by magic, darker to lighter. So we start at the other side. And by magic, we just get there. So it automatically has made it look round, and we've not done anything to it. Yes, the Amazon gremlin. Oh, hi, Nicotina. Welcome to Bunny's Designs. Yeah, since hubby retired, I'm on strict rations as well. I'm on rations, which is why I didn't buy a colour book. Which is why I didn't buy a colour book. So thanks for stopping by, guys. Hope you've had a pleasant afternoon. Please have a pleasant evening or whatever we've got, wherever we're going. I've got a headache again. I have had a couple of painkillers over the last few days, but hardly anything. I think I've had 6 this year. Yeah, I've had 6 Curdine, and I've had, not altogether obviously, I've had 6 Curdine and I've had 2 Cocodamols. So that's not bad considering we're now on the 16th. I like the skulls white and the teeth white. I have to work at the top now. Again, who do I say I don't use Payne's Grey? Again, I know we're scrubbing, but that's it now. So we've got a lovely highlight on there. Gosh, I'm sorry, Suzanne, I forgot what I said. Suzanne said I agree with him. What did I say? I didn't say anything. Sometimes I realise I shouldn't really be live because, especially this headache, you just, ugh. And the other thing you mustn't do with gout is starve yourself. You cannot do a crash diet because that will bring it on. Any trauma, any upset, that brings it on. Sorry to bang on about it again. Apologise in advance. So, we can bring that round. And again, it's a bit dark, is that? But we could put dark. Again, this is why I don't like the grey, because it doesn't go, but it's okay. I think I might just let that go like that, actually. Again, I'm at the wrong angle, really, so... Sorry, guys, I think I've disappeared. Oh, thank you, Mel, thank you. to do with that one. I think I might just actually do a black. And just do a black. I think I disappeared for a moment there, guys. Sorry. I'll just do a black in there. Just, and leave that white, I think. Again, I don't normally do colours like this, but very quick, pure therapy, just having a bit of what I call wash and go, touch and go. Let's see if I can lift that up a bit, and then you can see if I can lift that up. So I quite like it. It's got a little bit of, oh, I've got that one to do there actually, but they look like coins actually, I think. So I kind of actually finished a page, which is quite good. I could go back in there and give it some stronger, darker things if I want, but I actually quite like it's like it is. It doesn't, if that makes sense. It's it was done for therapy and it's worked. So I'm quite pleased with it. It's not like the Harry Potter ones that take, you know, photorealism that take hours and hours and hours. I've just got to do this because it's going to drop my nerves. But it's fine. It's what it is. It's brilliant. It's fine. It will be quite okay for me to flick through and think, oh, I quite like that. And again, look at the colours that I've used. I don't normally use purples. And if I can just get that one very pale, I've got a really nice highlight. And quite a nice highlight. Now in theory you'd want to do a bit of a highlight in here and make that kind of, so we know that that's something or other, but I actually think I quite like it like that. I don't think I want to put shadow in it. I don't think I do. I could do, but I think I'm going to leave that for the minute. So thanks guys for stopping by. Oh, it's only 10 to 4, so I'll do something else. Let's see how else we do it. I must admit that I do like this way of working. It's dried. I've got a little tiny bit of a buckle, but not much. Again, I like colours. Oh, thank you, Becca. Have a wonderful day. I hope your little man goes on okay. Well, there's a thing. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry, my voice is going a bit now. What else have we got? I don't know whether to just do that or not. Let me have a think. I had all sorts of things to do with that, and again, it's maybe one for upstairs with getting the neo colours out. And again, the other thing is I don't have a lot of my things out because of the weather. It gets so hot in here. I can't have the neos. I'm frightened with the markers. So again, I can have everything out in front of me and set up lovely and not worry that the sun's going to be out. It's going to be too hot. So again, that's another reason to go upstairs. So that again, I look at pages and I'm not quite as inspired as I used to be, if that makes any sense. And again, this is a little bit wetter than I usually work, but that just sits in there and shuts, and then that shuts up. So it is a really nice set, is that it doesn't have a brush with it. So I know it sounds a lot, £30, but when you think of the other pencils and what else you have to buy, I think it's not bad, because we normally spend a lot more than that, if that makes any sense. And the water brush as well, you've got a set that will keep you going and will probably do quite a few books. Whereas if you've got your pencils and you're sharpening and you're going and you're sharpening and you're going, then I don't think they're going to last too long. A bit ashamed of myself. I haven't touched my Derwent Lightfast because pencils are just not doing it for me at the minute. I'm hoping to get better, but at the moment they're just not doing anything for me. So I think that was another one that I did. So again, it depends what mood you're in, it depends what colours you have, it depends whether you want to work really, really strong or you want to work pale. And when I looked at these, I didn't have any idea that I would want to colour them. So things are coming out slightly better. Cannot remember for the life of me how I did that. I think that was scratching the colour on last week or the week before, so I'm going to have to watch that video again. As I said, that was the one that I did on the ferry, and that's when I've gone back to working from a wet pan, as I call it, touch and go. Again, little holes have appeared with the number 1 brush. Just lovely just to pick up colour and smush it around a bit. It isn't bad, is it, Suzanne? I know I say when you think £30 is, but it considering the fact that it would probably do every colour book we've got, then because they are whole pans. And again, you can use them for other things, which this is how I say will eventually go on to other things. Now, we could do on mixing greys for that, but I like the grunge that I did with the Neos, so that's what I'm going to do with that one probably another day. The Neo colours when I do the grungy, which is, it's in this one, is it? I don't think it's in this one. So this is the one I did earlier, and this is the one I did with the Inktense little set in Art in the Abbey. And again, this is what they inspired me to use these colours, which I don't normally do. So sometimes you're inspired by your colours rather than what's in your head, and you mix them. That's the brick red for the fox, so it works really well. Again, contrast to bright colours, which I've used to do before. And again, I love the fact that some days you're in a bright mode and some days you're not. I put gouache there, but I don't think that is gouache. I don't know which one that one is, but again, sometimes love the really, really vibrant bright colours. This was a comparison, but I can't remember what it was. This is pastel, not set. That one, that's pastel. Again, when I get to my lovely set, which is behind me, all my pastels are there. I think that's my professional watercolours. I haven't got a clue what that is. I think that's Neo's, but I'm not sure. So again, I've got to have another look at that. Again, I don't have a clue what that is, but I absolutely love these colours. They look a little bit like Peerless, because that's my favourite red, Tea Rose Red. So I'm guessing that's Peerless, but absolutely love those colours. Just can't remember how I did it. And that was the first play. So that's got all sorts in it, that one. And we have another dragon. One I did with Peerless. This is Hydrus watercolours. So they're Hydrus. They're not very good at finishing pages off, I'm afraid. Oh, Suzanne says she has a smaller set. Well, there are some smaller sets for half pans. You can get 42 colours and 36 colours for the same price, but they're not full pans. So again, I just thought that was better. Alfie's singing. She's a happy girl. She's had a very good driving lesson today. Oh, the sun's gone now, so let's see. I wish Jessie would come out. Jessie, puss, 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 puss. Come out, Jess. So let's have a look. That was the Cotman tubes. I bought lemon yellow, cerulean blue, and alizarin crimson, and that's when I did this 36 colours. So I only had a few colours. I had 3 colours there, but I made all those greens. So I had to make oranges, I had to make cadmium reds, I had to make purples, I had to make greens, I had to make different blues. Absolutely loved that. This is a purpley one, but I'm not sure how I did that. I think there is a video for that. Oh, I know how I did it. That brown. I remember the brown. I can't quite remember how I did that one. This was, again, the Cotman series. So all those colours I made. I think that's Hydrus. That one was Hydrus as well. All the beautiful turquoises and greens. Started that one. I think I've written Hydrus, but I'm not quite sure now. Don't know what that one is, but love those colours, but can't finish it because I can't remember. And this is, when you're talking about mud, people say if you mix colours you get mud. If you mix grungy colours, so I did this one because I first thought there's no way I'm ever going to... Is that Bungle? Hello, Puss. Puss, puss, puss. Is that Jessie? Oh. I first thought there's no way. Oh, sorry about that. We're just having to start out. But I've got Alfie to say hi. This is grungy colours, but when I first saw this page, I thought there's no way I will be colouring this because I don't like Metal Mickey. So I took a complementary colour, so I had red and green. There is a video on this, but I'm going to do another one. But that led to me actually mixing my own greys. So when you mix greys, you can have a purple grey, a green grey. You can't have a yellow grey because it all goes to a green grey. But we've got a pinky grey, a reddy grey and an orange grey. But then I love my greys and I just did nothing but make greys. And all I did was try to make mud. But I love that, really grungy. So again, when we're doing colour mixing, no, Alfie, shush. Don't dismiss grunge. So I was going to say, Alfie, come here and say hi. What's this? Come here. So we were going to say, here, come here. Alfie, Alfie. Up. Here we go, Susie. There's Susie's fix. It was Susie's fix. Come here. Oh no, he's gone outside now. We've lost him. Sorry, Susie. He's gone. And Bungle was in here and Bungle's gone. So I'm trying to get Jessie. So these are the cat bowls that Samantha... I've had to lift it up because Alfie was eating it. So we've got matching cat bowls now. Honestly. But Jessie Pants is under here. She's not coming out. Jessie! Puss, 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 puss. Jess! Jessie! Jessie! Now, Jessie will probably hide for a month now. Sorry, guys. Where were we? Again, that's when I bought my 6 professional colours. I bought the Windsor and Newton professional watercolours, Elysian Crimson, French Ultramarine, Cadmium Red, Lemon Yellow, Cadmium Yellow, and Cerulean Blue. And I made all those colours from those 6. That's the brick red from the brown set. Did that last week, but I can't remember. This is the grungy, again, this one. Again, complementary colours. Blue, yellow, purple, orange. Sorry, purple, yellow, blue, orange, red, green. This was the second page of the lighter colour after I'd done the original palette. So I'm using the same palette with professional watercolours, but they're all paler because I've used them all. Didn't finish that one. This is the comparison. So this is Derwent Inktense pencil, scratched and then manipulated with a damp brush. I've got some beautiful highlights on this one. This is the same technique with the Derwent watercolour pencils. And again, really vibrant colours. Lovely watercolour effects. I don't know what that one is. It looks like scratching colour. And it looks quite strong, so that could be Neo's. I think that could be Neo's. Can't remember doing that. I think I recognise that brown, so it could be. That's professional watercolours as well, I'm sure. And then that one was the grunge. So again, I want to finish that one. So that's the grunge, Neocolour 2's complementary colours, and doing it grungy. That one was the water. I think that's Derwent watercolour pencils, and then this is the grunge as well. So got quite a few to finish in this book, I think. In fact, my friend's just got it, and I'm quite tempted to get it again because you do colours and you colour them again. This one I did in cheap children's paints. I think this one. There is a video on this one using pound shop paints, and I can't remember what that one was. And again, I think that one was Derwent watercolour pencils. I think, can't remember. This looks like Hydrus. Come on, Tribble. Tribble. Hi, Trouble. This is Hydrus. Loved working with the Hydrus. Absolutely gorgeous, bright colours. Taking them from very light to very dark and then mixing two together. Oh, hi, Marilyn. Sorry you went to... Well, if you fell asleep, you needed a nap. This is pastel. This is all pastel. Scratched in and then manipulated and set with a damp brush. And I think this is professional watercolours. I think there's a video on this one as well. You're going to be a good boy? No. I don't think Jessie's going to come out, actually. I don't think Jessie's going to come out. Poor Jess. Jessie doos. So it's quite strange how you have different things and use different books and what you use for them. So I don't know if anybody else has found that they want to sometimes be bright and sometimes they want to be darker. So we've done 2 in here. That's with pencil, but as I say, it does hurt my hands. But again, I was really impressed with these because there's a bit of a sheen on them that you can see. They're quite waxy. So for kids, children's pencils, they were quite nice to work with. And then that was the trying to work with the watercolour. So we got a bit of a crinkle, but nothing much, and it didn't touch the pages at all. So, and I did manage to get rid of the pinkness. Yeah, they were, Suzanne. We had metallics. The bug was, wasn't it? And this was as well the soldier. Or the warrior, whatever he was. You see, I want to finish this page off, but I have no recollection of what that is at all.
Toffee's going to that thing.
Toffee. Oh, bless. Oh, okay. Right, okay. All right then. Oh, dear. Nope. This was, this one actually wasn't. It is shiny, but it's not that shiny. This is Neocolor 2s. It's the flesh tone, the silver, the gold, and then I have silver and gold that I've mixed together. So that's just using the 3, which I've got. And I've used them not as a Neo crayon, but out of my little book of watercolours. So there's...
Alfie,
don't know where they are. Don't
it's
know,
tea time.
don't know where they are.
Time. See you after Windsor again.
I don't know where. He's after... he knows that there's some biscuits
Come
up
on,
here.
it's tea time. It's tea time. Alfie.
So we've got
Alfie. Yeah.
flesh pink up here.
Oh.
And then we've got a gold and a silver. And then I had gold and silver, but I had a spare square. So I scratched silver and then I put gold over the top. So you can either say it's a warm silver or it's a cool gold, depending on how you want to look at it. And those are the 3 colours, and the flesh is what I did this one with. So we've got maybe a little bit of a sheen, just a bit of a sheen in there, just a little bit of a sheen, but not much. And then the other one was the Graffy Tint, which was the little bug, which I think is in Animorphia. Sorry guys, it's feeding time at the zoo. It's feeding time at the zoo.
That's for Jessie. Where is she?
She's under here somewhere, but obviously Alfie's about. Bungle's been in there as well. Are you going to feed them in there?
Well, the cat's eating.
I've lost my little bug. I had a little bug and I've lost him. So thanks guys for stopping by. I hope you're all okay or nursing nursing poly toes and things. Oh. That one's I think that one's metallic. I don't know if they're the Derwents. I think they're the Derwent metallics. So again, there's only 12 in that set, but they are lovely. And then the Graffy Tint. I've got a couple, I think, Graffy Tint. Hey, Bungle. You're being very vocal, Bungle. The clock, the cuckoo clock. No, the Swiss clock is Graffy Tint, but it doesn't seem to be in here. Will it come out? Wherever you are. That one's the Graffy Tint. So I did like the Graffy Tint, kind of, again, muted grungy colours. And again, that's what gave me the idea to do that. So I don't know if Jessie will come out or not. Hoping she will. Bungles. I don't feed him on there. I know.
He jumped off. I didn't actually purposely feed.
No, I know you did. I know you did.
And then I'm gonna put kitten food in her food.
To fatten her up a bit. So Jessie. Oh, thank you, Pamela. Thank you. So thanks, guys, for stopping by. I'm just looking. I'm getting a bit. It's getting a bit cold in here. It just gets a bit noisy when people start coming in and the dog's there, and it's. And again, that's another reason why I can go upstairs and be kind of really quiet. I'm just trying to sort out. I want to get little Jessie pants out, but she's not going to come out. Are you, Jess? Jessie, puss, puss, puss. Well, Bungle's there now. She's very antisocial, so next week she might be out. So we've got a new kid on the block, but she's not going anywhere. She's not going anywhere. She's definitely not. Oh gosh, my head. She's not going anywhere. She did quite well when we first had her because she was. I took these at night in the dark, so it's dark and the flashlight. So she did come to me, having slept and hidden. She did come to me and. She did a bit of a mouth thing, so she has been to see me and had a snuggle and a purr. But she's not happy the fact that I gave her, well, I didn't give her away, but we thought she might have a better home because she doesn't like other cats, and we didn't think I'd be able to foster, so we'd have to give up fostering. But I think we're just going to have to say to her, no, you're going to have to get on with it, missus. You're going to have to get on with it, and you're going to have to just put up with the fact that you are not the only kid on the block. So there's our little Jessie. She's home. She's back where she belongs. Keeping me up all night, but that's fine. So that's what she's doing at the minute. She's little tiny girl. She's so tiny. So there she is. So she's back with us, and this is the little one. There she goes. Look for a belly rub. She can't help a belly rub. Look. So that was the first day. So we did the first night. She had a belly rubbed. So just the fact that she wants to be up all night, and oh, Alfie's doing what Alfie's doing. There she is. She's about 5 years old, Pamela. She's 5 years old, but she had a very bad start. She was in a home where a young couple used to put the cigarettes out on her back. And then she was rescued by an old lady who was really poorly and couldn't look after herself. So her ears were bad and she had fleas and she got really badly dirty and stinky. And she basically gave up. So it took me 5 months to get her to come out. I want to try and turn around for March, because in March it's when we have all the kittens. And this room becomes a kitten room. This room is the kitten room. Sorry, I've lost my chat, guys. So I don't know if you remember all the kittens we had a couple of weeks ago, but we had one or two, and they were quite boisterous. The last one was to go was Dudley. Here's Duddles. And his eyes match the wrapping present. He was such a little delight. Little terror. Absolutely loved Alfie. Couldn't stay away from Alfie. Wherever Alfie was, he was. They absolutely loved each other. There we are, look. And Toffee's up there as well. Toffee's the one that she says is not very well. So this was the little man and Alfie. And Alfie loved him. He thought he was his brother. So absolutely adored each other. And Dudley went to another home. But Dudley's gone somewhere. Look at him with the tail. He used to wash Alfie's tail. Now that's got to be love for you. Because Alfie's a stinky boy. Oh, hi, Melody, darling. Welcome back. So, Alfie's a stinky kitten. Absolutely adored. Oh, so the light's really bad. Adored. I mean, absolutely. It wouldn't be anywhere else. Had to be next to him. But he's gone to a home that has 2 other cats. And, of course, he's quite boisterous. So, this was the kittens. These was the 3 amigos. So if you look at the old videos, you'll see all these kittens flying around because it's so difficult to do any work when these cute babes are about. And of course, when and these are the I mean, we didn't get any work done, did we, guys? Because we were too busy kitten watching. They were so naughty. They were just so bad. Now they are actually brother and sisters, but he obviously went first because tabbies they just disappear quick. The tabbies. It was just manic from one thing to another. The little kittens were terrors. Who's that? Oh, that's our bungle. So we had a lot of fun with the kittens. They were just 3 amigos. They were so naughty. They trashed the room every single day. They were so bad. They were quite cute though. There was a little girl and 2 boys. And then we fostered 2 others from a litter of 7. Because this room is geared for kittens. We can shut it off, they can trash the room, it doesn't matter. Whereas the other fosterers, they're in their homes, and it becomes a bit much. So I said, oh, well, we may as well become the kitten factory. So we became the kitten factory. So we've got until March, because that's when the cats come back again. We've got 3 months, well, we've got February and March to turn Jessie around so that she'll come out at night. She'll come out during the day and she'll sleep at night. And if she doesn't, she'll have to go back in the bedroom. But I think within a couple of months, she'll be used to it. So has anybody got any questions? Is there any requests for a next show at all? Dudley was such a delight, wasn't he? Dudley was absolutely such a delight. He really was. It was, and Samantha, we were so close to keeping him. But again, he had to go outside. We can't have cats that go outside because of the front road. So we have to be strong and say no. But Jessie's never been outside, and so she and I wanted her, but she didn't like other cats. So again, that meant, did we give up fostering? I think it's tough love now. I think she's going to be, okay, then look, if you don't like them, go sit in a corner somewhere. And I'm sure she'll come round because she's been kind of looking around at and wandering around. So she is looking at things, and she's not frightened because she's sat in the window watching the fireworks. When we were downstairs, we had the telly on full and with all the curtains shut, and we put the television on full blast, and Samantha says, I better go upstairs and see if Jessie's all right, because Jessie was in the bedroom. And she was 20 minutes and she was getting frantic. She couldn't find her. And hubby went up. We have like really old-fashioned curtains. They're like blackout curtains. So and a deep old windowsill. And she'd been in every cupboard and every wardrobe, every drawer, couldn't find her, under the bed, in the cupboards, everywhere. And Jessie was sitting in the window behind the curtains watching the fireworks. So this is a real plucky little cat. So I think, even though she doesn't like other cats and she's a bit kind of go away, I think she'll come round. And we'll see. If she doesn't, she'll go upstairs. But she'll sleep in Amy's bedroom with the two guinea pigs. With the guinea pigs. She quite likes the rabbit in Samantha's room. This is rather a zoo if it's the first time here. This is a zoo. This is a small zoo. Anything that's cockeyed, wrong, demented, battered, troubled, we end up with it. And that's why we've got Alfie. We don't have any normal pets here. This is the last man standing. If you leave here, it's good night, Vienna. But normally you don't leave here. Normally you don't leave here. So we keep having to build extensions for animals. So Jessie probably will end up back in the bed. But again, if we get her from night to day, that won't matter because she'll just sleep at night. But it took 5 months last time for her to get round. So let me just see let me have a look. Oh yes, I will do ink tents. As I say, there was a video not last week, the week before, I did nothing but ink tens. And if you look, there's quite a lot. There's quite a lot of ink tens. And again, because my hand's not brilliant, I'm using this little set quite a lot. But I think the week before, there's about 6-7 hours, all ink tens. I'm pretty sure, let me have a look. It's all ink tens, I think. And if you look at the top here, when it says videos, you can have a look and find the ink tens. Oh, thank you, Suzanne. I'm sure she will. Oh, I've lost my chat. I lost my chat. It won't stay on the iPad for long. So let's have a look. So we've seen all that. We've seen Alfie Pants. We know what he looks like. I mean, this is Dudley in the stinky bed, in Alfie's stinky bed in the kitchen. He just thought it was a puppy. Sorry, this is Dudley. Beg your pardon. And I would think that Jessie's not much bigger. She's a really tiny little girl. She really is a did. But we fall in love with our Duddles, have to say. But if he comes in, he's quite happy to stay with the dog. We'll just have to put him on dog lead, take him out for a walk. Because we only take them down the garden because Alfie can't go out because he's aggressive. Alfie's aggressive. He's probably the only aggressive King Charles on the planet. Oh, yes, Mel, that's the other thing about the chameleons is I'm a bit of I like to see my paints. I think I've got a picture of them. And in my desk, I have my chameleon pens right in front of me and I can use them because I see them. But of course, in this room, because it's a conservatory, I can't have them out because I'm worried they get too hot. But when I go upstairs, I'll be able to have everything out looking at me. Because I'm a bit of an out of sight, out of mind girl. And again, that's another reason I kind of like that. So hopefully, and the other thing I used to do is kind of rotate things. So we used one thing one week and we used the other thing. And Alf, oh, Betsy's in here as well. Hi, Bets. Well, I've got every cat in here, and we don't want any cat in here. We only want Jessie. that was Betsy. Betsy, I better let Betsy in the room. So when you get your chameleon pens, I normally light them out, it kind of in front of me. And again, that's another reason why I thought, well, do I really need... that's how I have my chameleon pens in my desk. But you can't have that when you're in a hot room, or I don't. So my pens will go back to there, and then I'll be able to see them. And I think a lot of my... other things will be chameleon markers, and they don't hurt your hands as bad as you would think. And I like that. Taking tops off a lot of Copic markers wouldn't do for me, but taking the top off one and using it works really well. So that was the other thing, again, for moving upstairs and for doing that. This is what I hope to paint again, my books. I've got my Victorian books, so I thought I'm going to do some more oil painting because I miss that. I do miss that. And I've got a couple of portraits to do because we lost Gigi and Dexter last year, so we've just got the Elf Master left. And he'll let me have another dog, so that was little tiny Bungle. Oh, it wasn't Bungle. Was that Bungle? No, I think that was another little feral kitten that we brought round. So the other thing I haven't done for a while is this altered books. I've been doing some altered books, and again, because it's upstairs, it's behind me. So that's our fat Betsy. Again, it's behind me, and so I've not been able to get to it. So that's another thing, that the paints. That's how I had the desk before, so I can set that back up now, and I can have my pencils out and my chameleon pens, my watercolor pens and markers are in there as well. I can't do that when this desk is in the room, because it's just they're too precious to get so hot that they would melt. And I can also set the camera up so it's a bit better as well. So my desk probably will look like that upstairs. And it'd be a little bit better, I think, hopefully. This is something that I quite want to paint that as an oil painting. I think that is a bit cute. So Alfie, maybe. I'm not sure if he's E.T. I think he's E.T. or his Mother Teresa. I'm not quite sure, but I love the expression on his face. He's like, this is my best scarf that my daughter's decided that he was going to. So again, I've got one or two paintings that I want to use. This is my little vampire. Look at him, isn't he beautiful? This is Bungle when he was a did. He has vampire teeth. He hasn't lost them. He's still got them. Sorry, this has turned into a bit of a camera cam. Sorry, guys. Yes, the hydras are tucked in that drawer, which I can't get to at the minute. So everything will be out and everything should be rotated in order. So we can work through things. That's another one that I forgot about that I did. That's Graphitint. I think that there is a video on that one about the Graphitint. That's a Christmas one. Again, I didn't get, because of my headache, I lost Christmas completely. Using pencils. I think that's the Derwent pencils. So again, that's the chameleon pens. So I miss all those lovely yummy things, and because they're tucked away, I don't see them. That's baby Bungle before he grew. He can't fit in his hammock now. He can't fit in his hammock because he's a bit podge. Oh, they were the lovely little kittens as well. So I don't think that's Bungle. No, it's not Bungle. That was the second lot. So, and for those of you that don't know, I'm going to be a granny. That's my eldest girl, Hattie. There's Amy, and there's Samantha. I quite like that painting because none of them are kind of like that normally, so they were having a moment. So I'm going to be a granny. So I haven't decided if I'm going to be a grandmama or grandmother. And the other thing that we're going to work on as well, but that'll be downstairs, is the colour book. I'm still working on the paper for the colour book so that I can get my colour book pages out. So we'll have to watch this space. So there's lots of things to do. So thanks, guys, for stopping by. Have a wonderful afternoon. Hopefully, I keep saying that, by next week. I think because they've decided that they want me out, they're going to help me move the stuff. So thanks, guys. You just read chat before I miss. Have I missed anybody? Oh, that's another thing I've just remembered. Bicarbonate of soda. Bicarbonate of soda, which has got alkocytes in it, hasn't it, I think. Granny, do you think Granny, Christian? Oh, have a good sleep, Marilyn, and said to you, Melody, you need some proper sleep. Oh, thank you. Well, I always wanted to grow old disgracefully, but when you're a granny, I think you can't do that, so I can't do that now. So have a wonderful, wonderful day, the rest of the day or evening. We've just got the light going now. It's just gone to night time. We're just turning night time. I still got my Christmas decorations up, but I decided to leave them up because I felt so ill I couldn't take them down. I couldn't take them down, so not much went up, not much came down. I'm gutted about my ring, but it's no good. So I had my fake green one, so you'll have to forgive me. But they want 300 and some pounds for that, and it's just a no. Take care, guys. Have a wonderful day, and I might try and get something out before next week if I can. If not, it'll be next Thursday. Have a wonderful week, and have a grand week, and might get rid of my headache by next week. So take care, guys. Thanks for stopping by. Have a wonderful rest of the day.